Hey folks, welcome back. Today we're continuing our playthrough of Kerbal Space Program 2 in exploration mode. Let's get started. So last time we tried to build a rocket-powered jet, and it kind of worked out when we flew it. It was a little difficult to land, but when we went to fly it on a rocket, it was impossible to fly because the lift from the jet completely messed with the aerodynamics of the rocket, which is a big problem for us. Initially it was like, I'm going to give up on this. I'm going to, build something completely different. But I watched the developers just did a Twitch stream the other day, and Twitch/YouTube live stream the other day, where they were basically building this exact same thing, and they got theirs to work. So that kind of motivated me to try again. I figured that if they can figure it out, I'm probably not as smart as they are or good as they are, know all the ins and outs of the game, but I think I could probably figure it out too. So we got to see if we can make that work. I think there's a couple of key problems here. One is the lift. I'm not entirely sure what to do about that yet, but we're gonna go back to messing with our plane design, I think, and rebalance it a little. One thing that I noticed was that it had kind of like an arrowhead shaped craft. It was seemed like a very small wing area that didn't have a lot of stuff on it. So we might try to do something like that. I'm going to call this the Kraken Math Mark II. Okay. So I think we're going to dispense with the wing tanks, because that just adds a lot of weight. At least we'll get rid of one set of wing tanks. How about that? I'm going to completely nix them. Let's do this. I'm gonna ditch this entire thing here. Or do we? Let's look at our center of mass, center of pressure. Center pressure is like way up here because of the locations of these giant wing things. I think we need to rebuild this section because I think this section is like the source of a lot of our problems here. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. So right now we've got lift going that way. I think we're going to rebuild the jet. Let's just go back to this stage and work on it a little bit more. Okay, so I'm going to switch to horizontal orientation here. If this is in the right orientation for runway takeoff, we'll find out in a minute, I guess. Okay, let's extend the gear. We're gonna need those when we take off here. So the center of lift and the center of mass are almost on top of each other. I think we're gonna redo the wings. They have a lot of RCS on their craft. I don't know if we're going to go that route. It might not be a bad idea. Go away with these air brakes. I think they cause me more trouble than anything. So what they had, let me see if they actually... There's like some pre-built craft that came with the game, right? Or did they make that up? Doesn't really look like any of it. Didn't really look like any of these. So... I think they might have used small wings instead of medium wings. Let's do this orthogonally, by the way, so that our wings can be level. Okay. So they had very steeply angled wings, something like that. I don't think it was quite that steep, but it was close. Very long routes like that. I want to say it was about like that. I think their fuselage was a bit thicker. It was more kind of rectangular, maybe? I don't know. You with the center of lift behind the center of mass, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, we're gonna stick some more landing gear on this and see how it flies. I think that's okay. That's interesting, I never noticed that before. What did I even do? Should probably turn these landing gear around. I think they're backwards. Well, maybe not. This one's oriented the same way, so I guess they're correct. And then we're going to turn off steering on the gear. Or turn off... Yeah, there we go. And this thing right now has no control surfaces, I think. I guess the wings have control surfaces. We broke our fuselage here, hold on. There we go. This lift profile is not right. Does this change the lift profile? No. I just realized also that we're blocking the egress from the cockpit, which isn't great. What if I could put on 2 wings instead of 1? What a concept. Okay. How did that happen? I only moved it back a tiny bit, didn't I? Swear to God, the physics engine in this game is just completely broken. Look at this. What is? How did the gear get like that? Okay. Okay, center mass and center pressure right now are the same. No, it's crooked. Why? Game, why you like this? I'm gonna try reloading from save. You've recomputed it and now it looks correct. So maybe the indicators are just wrong? We'll have to move it forward a little bit from there. Click on the wings, please. Cannot do it while that's open. This is a problem. Okay. I can add more. Let's see what the lift surface is like after save and load. I mean, you can see what it's like. I think it's not going to go well. The messed up center left has something to do with that landing gear. That's my guess anyway. We're gonna try flying it like this. I think it's gonna have no rudder and it's gonna be unflyable. Doesn't look like we have a lot of DV either. Oh god. We got it in the air technically. Yeah, it's completely unstable. I mean, it flies, but... we have to have a tail fin. Balance didn't seem that terrible. Why is there two of them now? Okay. This is still going to be squirrely as hell, let's see. Well, that'll be a little more stable. Could be worse. It's viable. Probably behooves us to check whether we could actually land it. Oh, we're out of fuel. Awkward. Concerned that we don't have enough control authority. Oh, I didn't mean to shoot. I meant to revert there, but I did not. This has never let me go to the tracking station after I go to the VAB. Oh, why? There we go. Want this to be centered for the sake of my sanity, so it looks right in the save file. The extra wing part hanging out there that can go. I feel like this is kind of okay. I just need to, no, our menu here. I need to change this. I'm gonna mess with the control surface to increase the length a little bit. See if this still flies okay. Flies more or less okay. Adjust the trim. Okay, I think that's about even. I don't know if we're gonna have enough fuel to make it back for a landing. I think I flew too far out. I definitely did. Yep. That was a ground landing. I think we would have exploded. Adding K to every word. Adding more craters. Digging them a hole. This craft has a higher stall speed, so it's going to be harder to land. My feeling. Has kind of bad cornering compared to the other craft too. Actually has better corners, better return off SAS, go figure. This is not going to work out. We have to land at a higher speed, maybe? Problem is, like, we have barely enough fuel to just get up in the air, turn around and land. Need to add more fuel to this thing, probably. I think we got an empty fuselage tank that has... could be used with fuel. That's fuel. I think this one is fuselage. Yeah, this is just structural fuselage. We can potentially either make it lighter or add more fuel. The other one got up in the air at around 100 meters per second. This one doesn't quite manage that. I'm holding the up control just to keep it in level flight. I think that's not good. I mean, it's good. It's climbing slightly. See how steep I can climb. That's that SAS turn on, so that tends to mess with things a little bit. I think we don't have enough control authority. Yeah, this thing doesn't handle well at all. I mean, we got rid of the tail fins. That's the big thing. We don't have the elevators anymore. I think their version had RCS jets on it. We could add some RCS jets. I'm gonna add a little more fuel to this first. Of course, this is gonna make the craft heavier. I think I just want to make this a little bit less dramatic. Something like that, maybe. It's a big increase in area, even though it doesn't look like a big change. Just noticed the front and rear landing gear are really wet. Hold on. I just noticed the front and rear landing gear are really unbalanced. I also just noticed that it lopped off my other wing again. I think this needs to be pushed upward. And I also don't want it in the midst of the SAS module. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. See if that's a little better. control authority now, which is good. Yeah, that's way better. Little changes. I feel like it's getting more gas mileage too, maybe. We are slowing down. But it's definitely more maneuverable for sure. Put the stabilizer on briefly just to get it stabilized. Oh, bad idea. Missed our target landing zone, but see if we can land it anyway. That was really smooth, actually. I'm pretty happy with that. I think if we put tail fins on the back, even if they're little ones, it's going to be that much better. Let's give it a try. I think that'll be good. And then for these guys, set these to do pitch only, and then we'll set these to roll only. We'll see how this performs. I'm gonna make the control surface a little bit bigger on these, probably. Oh, that's not an option. I guess the whole thing rotates. Let's try it. There's not enough control authority. We gotta use the wings for pitch as well, I think. Look at this, I'm holding this all the way down. Only going up slightly. Try this now. This way. That's much better. Look at that. Do an implement turn here. Oh, or not. Okay, there we go. This is a bad idea. Oh no. We're okay. We're okay. That was a successful landing. I'm happy. Used most of our fuel doing that little stunt, so I don't know if we're gonna get off the ground again, but let's revert to VAB. I'm gonna try to add fuel tanks again. Oh, we gotta change the wing settings first because I changed that. Right. We had the wing control surfaces completely turned off here. I'm changing them to roll and also pitch. And these are doing just pitch, good. And these are doing just yaw, good. Okay, now let's look at where the center of mass is. Let's see if things are sideways. Hold on. That's perfect. Okay. We might need to move them a little further out, but they're lined up correctly. We'll put the tanks on first and then say. There we go. It shouldn't substantially change the center of mass. Are these things clear of the fuselage? Pretty much. I'm going to scoot them out a tiny bit more. Here we go. And aerodynamics. So we're gonna add the intakes. Okay, fuel lines. See how it handles. Oops. Staging malfunction. That's not ideal. Like we need the medium wings after all. Or I could put structural reinforcements on the small wing so I don't have to redo the whole wing geometry and the tanks and the gears and everything. What just happened? I think some part of it hit the ground. Oh. Somehow it came apart. This one's a little harder to get off the ground in the previous version. Let's try turning off SIS. Doesn't have enough lift. Oh, that's unfortunate. We could make this. We could use smaller tanks, I guess. I think let's use the next tank size down. Doesn't feel like enough, does it? That's about right. It made it more efficient, actually. These are riding really low. I wonder if it's possible to raise them up a little bit. Try moving the couplers a little bit upward into the wings. Get it. Gotta turn on the precision controls. Does not want to take off. Okay, the extra tanks are a no-go. There's not enough lift in the wings. I tried deploying these as like flaps. I need to move these over so they're not interfering with the structural linkage, maybe. It might help. Okay, the fuel lines seem to be still connected. I think that did result in the tanks being higher up. Let's try it. Maybe also increase the wingspan a little bit so we got a little more lift. We need to make the tanks even smaller. I mean, we did make them... Yeah, let's go with smaller tanks. Structural failure on linkage between LPW 250 Flux and FLT 800. Okay. Flux and T800. I think that Flux is the wing and T800 is the tank. Yeah. That's what it is. Let's try, don't we? Do what we did before. Let's run the SAS as long as we're on the ground at a low speed, just to try to keep the plane going in a straight line. Once we get up to the point where it's starting to bounce, put in the precision controls and putting in a little bit of lift. Bunkers, oh god. Okay. Can't fly. It's too heavy. That's wild. Man, what if we change so dramatically from the other design? Is the lift less? Is some funny math going on? Center pressure is higher and a bit further forward than the center of lift. That could be it. Okay, so we're going to try the following adjustment. How does the center of mass is moving with it? Darn it. Wing angles too. Don't want that. Some of these things, the math, like the DV calculations, seem to change every single time I look at them. Every single time the game state changes. Oh, the central tanks are connected. That probably doesn't really... What in the hell is going on here? These things are causing too much drag. Well, that was a bad idea. Let's try this. Why is the lift to drag ratio changing every couple of seconds, and why is it a negative number? Well, the craft is completely stationary. Game engine is just broken. Not sure what to do, guys. I'll try removing the structural element. I'll load this from save to see if that changes the physics at all. The damn SAS module is making the whole thing oscillate. I try to keep steady. Maybe we just turn that off. Maybe just remove it from the craft entirely. Doesn't seem to do much good ever. I mean, it's good for like, I don't know. It's good for steadying the course of the craft, so we don't want it to turn or move or do anything. kind of like a landing. We're just going to drive off the end of the runway like this. I'm not going to give it any control inputs. I'm going to see what happens, whether this thing can even possibly fly. We'll give it a little bit of upward trim. Was briefly airborne. Let's make it to the ocean. You can do it. All right, we landed. That counts. Totally counts. Oh man. Now, the wing tanks seem to be the cause of all this, right? If I just take the wing tanks off, everything works. Just verify that that's the case. Still happened. Okay, put the structural linkage back on. Maybe I'll try putting it underneath the wings instead of on top. Oops. Oh, maybe I should go back to my original plane design, which was working fine, and give up the more angled one. Medium wings do have double the impact tolerance of the light wings. I think we need the mediums. Let's pop out a medium wing. I'm going to copy the settings here. Darn it, really? Okay, so 0.45, 0.15, 0.54, 0.11. Oh, it's measured in crazy units. Okay. I'm gonna fix the angle of these in a minute, don't worry. Okay, this is straight up and down. I was thinking that it was tilted slightly backwards, but it was just the camera angle. So theoretically, that should be okay, maybe? Bring the wingspan in a little bit. There we go. Alright, we're gonna try flying that. Looking better. This is looking pretty good. We can stop. Losing a little speed each time. There we go. Okay, we did it. Alright, I'm really happy with this setup, but we need to add the tanks still. Although this is a little more fuel efficient, I noticed in the previous setup. I don't know why. I guess it's because we have more lift area a little bit. Okay, now let's also adjust these a tiny bit. So they don't interfere with the control surface and they don't stick out through the top of the wing. And then we're going to... could move these a little further out. I think that's probably okay. Center mass is kind of at the center of this triangle of the three wheels. And then we're going to try some tanks. Good. Try that. Good. Good. Trying to keep the tanks at the center of mass. And now... bottom. Okay. Again, we're adding the intakes just so I can test what the air intake level is like for future jet builds. Turned off SAS. In the air. That's good. I'm gonna watch the wing tanks. To try to land with the wing tanks, I think, even if they're empty. Just want to see what the landing is like. this is where we need the SAS to just straighten the craft out a little bit. Down. Pretty good. Solid landing. And we can drop the wind tanks and still fly again. Very good. Alright, return to VAB. To check what our engine limit is set to, by the way. What's set to 100 right now? Probably whatever, 100 for takeoffs. I don't know. We'll see. I might lower the limiter when we're trying to do a landing. So we get more precise speed control. But that was a pretty good landing. Okay, I think we're gonna roll with this. So let's start building the Kraken Math Mark II rocket. I think we're actually going to I'm gonna see if we can neutralize the lift here. Doesn't look like it. Okay, that might be a bad idea then. We'll see how that pans out in a minute. We're going to use the medium coupling here because it has a higher impact tolerance. I think this thing's aerodynamic enough that we don't need to worry about giving it an aeroshell. Hopefully, we'll see. Before we get too crazy with the rocket build, I'm just gonna stick a basic, like, mainsail setup here. That's not enough TWR though. Let me do it this way. That's good enough for testing purposes. Okay. We're not going to use this in our final setup, but I just want to get the aerodynamics of this figured out. So this could actually work because the center of lift is behind the center of thrust, I think. Probably want to modify it a little like that. Don't want to have that enormous wingspan if we can help it. Let's go with something a little more like this. See, that doesn't quite work. I did have long fins on their setup, so I think I'm on the right track here. The developers, that is. Let's put a stabilizer on this, or an RCS rather. See what the launch characteristics are like. Standing on its wings. That's fine for this test. Fix that later. This is actually working okay. No? I mean, it was working okay until a piece of it fell off. I don't know why that happened. Probably has something to do with the fact that it was standing on its wings, it left off, but it's actually... It's not like pitching in a crazy direction, so that's really good. We could easily fix that just by adding more fuel tanks at the bottom. Although we're going to restructure it anyway. So the wings didn't fall off this time. That's beautiful. Isn't that beautiful? Look at that. Nice if the sunlight interacted with the clouds properly. Like if the rays of sunlight came straining through. That'd be awesome. I'm going directly towards Moon. Oh, turning there is apparently a mistake. Well, that's okay. Let's launch it again. Just to see if we can get up out of the atmosphere. I think we should have enough DV for that. What I had in mind here. But hey, we can come in for a safe landing, right? Could be a fun way to do some of the point of interest missions on Caravan, actually. Just launch like a short-range rocket like that to get us on a high altitude trajectory. check out the island. Not gonna be able to land there. I wonder if we should equip this thing with a docking port for refueling. I don't know. Not sure where we would put it, is the thing. So we can soak up some island atmosphere. Drop the reserve tanks now. And get rid of this big menu thing. Oh, I forgot there's an airfield on the island. Try to land on that. I don't think that's gonna end well for us, but it'll be a fun challenge. Oh wait, there's mountains here. Uh-huh. Get our mountain science. Trying to loiter over this area as long as I can, but and is it a long survey? 800 meters from the ground, which isn't too bad. Pull up a little bit here. Oh, very close to the ground. Alright, mountain science. I have an incentive to actually try to land. The question is, do we land on the island, or do we try to land on the mainland? Island's gonna be harder. Let this glide for a minute, because I want to... kind of a ways from the mainland. I think I want to try to land on the island, or we could just ditch in the water just to get the science. I feel like that's cheating. I want to practice our landings. Give it a little more gas if we're going to get over there in one piece. Such dicey business. Island landing. I don't know if we can even do it. I mean, we can always do touch and go. I'm gonna lose some speed here. Where's my landing gear? There it is. Shit. A little more power. Oh. Booyah! Oh, that was a beautiful landing. Let's we can even take some mountain samples here. Apparently, already had surface samples. Did we? Okay, we were just missing the atmosphere data and samples, I guess. Here we crack island runway. Here the Kraken math Mark II completed the first successful island landing. In preparation for a Valentina patiently waited on Duna. Waits on Duna. Beautiful. And we've managed to get back in our vessel. Turned off the parking brake for some reason, but that's okay. We can recover that, get a little bit of science. We got a 40 science, which isn't much, but you never know, maybe it'll tip us over the edge. We're looking at here now. That's weird. Yeah, so it's not enough for us to buy anything, unfortunately, because we're already on tier 2. But hey, we learned some stuff. And we can prepare for the launch.
Aloha Edra.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out how to prevent this thing from exploding violently when we started our gravity turn. Maybe make the control surfaces on this smaller. See if this helps at all. It's probably not going to make a huge difference. What? Oh, we landed successfully. It's fine. Okay. Okay, we gotta put an intermediate stage anyway to get us to Duna, so maybe let's build that and then worry about the later stage later. Oh, this is the unmodified version. I never saved it. Reaction wheel. Medium, there we go. And then fuel. We need some hydrogen. This is the biggest hydrogen tank, that's fine. Entirely sure if the structural part is strictly necessary. Impact tolerance 45. 10. I'm going to leave it like that just to save weight. If we can. Okay, now the launch stage. I'm going to do this in jet symmetry mode. Couplers first. GDR is 1.831. We're going to add some SRBs on, so won't about that too much for now. I think we're going to want more SAS modules on these, but we'll see in a minute. Okay. I think what we could do to try to mitigate the craziness. Let's turn off. Yeah, that's not right anyway. Yeah, look at that. Okay. Good. So this should be good to go, and then I can add the SRBs on top of that. 2.958. Engines is what I'm looking for, not rocket boosters. I think I'm gonna need more SAS to steer this thing. Let's put some of these outer modules here. Let's put a little structure to cover up this nonsense here. Don't know if this is gonna work well. I think we're ready to try it. Put another stabilizer here. Oh, we haven't put the bins on yet. Right, we gotta do them. Question is, how do we do that? Maybe we leave these boosters out. It's like a lever. This thing is furthest from the center of mass, is the problem. I get the center of mass to be higher. Or the wings higher. No, I need the center of mass to be higher, right? The wings need to be lower, if anything. I need to have giant control surfaces. Hmm. Close. Is that good enough? I feel like that might be good enough. I don't know. We could try it. Let's check our staging. All these are in the first layer. Boosters go first. And the wings go. That could be an issue. And the other wings go. CV is like entirely wrong. We gotta find out how much CV we have in flight. Make sure this SRVs are the first thing to run out of gas. Otherwise we're gonna have some troubles here. Go straight up until we get out of the atmosphere enough that we're not that affected by lift. I thought I was going to hit the start of the craft for a minute. We can go out all out a little bit more. Too happy with this sway. Okay, here comes a moment of truth. And this thing still fly with only the 2 wings. It cannot. We're screwed. We're screwed. Game over, man. You get a parachute, buddy? You do not have a parachute. That seems like an oversight on your part. Sorry, you can't be saved. Let's go back to the map. Maybe we need to put airfoils on some of the other parts of the lower stage. I'm going to put some decoupleable airfoils up here. Is that going to work? It's going to make it worse. It does indeed make it worse. Okay, so I have to do away with these airfoils and manage with only the one set, or somehow put them on the main body. Thinking about whether we can rearrange these rockets any. We could maybe put some more fuel in some of these. Put some more fuel in this stage. Even think about using a different engine type here, like the skipper. Our lift is still out of whack is a problem. We try to raise the center of mass. We can do that is by moving these things upward. You want to move all these things upward and then put the wings underneath. Kind of. Let's do it like this. I got an idea. Okay. We're going to disconnect the fuel cables here. Let's get rid of these. I guess we could leave it in this configuration, maybe. Move this upward. This can actually be in radial symmetry mode. Whatever lifts way back up there, that's fine. Sort of. And then we're gonna have wings like this. Or should I call them stabilizers? Let's call them stabilizers. Kraken math strikes again. I set these wings to be the same size as the other wings, but it's not the same size. Unless I change the angle or something else. Let's see. That's not what we want. .41 is the wing angle here. Could be right. Doesn't look right, does it? That's better. I think the angle was wrong. Oh, except that it's not. Center of lift is still too high. Okay, so you got wing angle 0.5, root length 0.27. Wingspan 0.54. I gotta check the tip length. .15. Okay, so this seems like it might fly in a stable manner. Assuming that the engines don't burn the wings off, which is entirely possible. Putting these engines a little bit further down because they're closer to the wings. I think that'll help. I think this is something similar to what they did. They had big fins at the bottom of their rocket. I think their plane, they ended up with a plane that generated a lot of less lift. It was more reliant on RCS for stable flight. I never got to see whether the plane part actually flew correctly, so I don't know how that worked out for them, but at least we should be able to get this into space, maybe. Let me get this thing off my mouse so I can actually... Okay, correct. Okay, so these ones are going to go first. Just trying to figure out which direction to put the fuel lines. Let's see if that works out right. Nothing's broken yet. That's good. What we should actually do is put the SRBs out here and then have these tanks drop off. That'd be more efficient, I think. So if this flight doesn't work out, we'll do that in the next launch. The SRB seems to be burning longer than the of liquid fuel here. Let's just point up. There we go. Wait to finally get this thing to Duna. Hope we get there. I gotta come watch my ep016 over here. Not sure if this is going to be enough to get us into orbit. Doesn't look like it will be. We are going to break off these engines though, so we'll see. Gonna chill our jets a little bit, literally. I don't know if I like the way we're tilting at this moment. We can actually point towards our maneuver, because I just plotted the node. We're close enough to being out of the atmosphere that it's not going to impact us that much at this point. Okay. Okay, we're going to go towards prograde. I'm feeling good about this. It's working out. It's kind of working. And I forgot to put comm equipment on this, though. Also, we have Jebediah Kerman, which we weren't supposed to bring with us. Let's see where we can get into orbit, and then we'll revert and add the missing gear here. So this could actually be an orbital engine. Towards the horizon. Ditch this maneuver node at this point. Oh, we're going back in the atmosphere. It's bad. Alright, we're gonna revert. We're gonna do some construction changes anyway. I think we have enough fuel to get this thing into orbit, but our launch was just bad. We need to get a higher ep016 in order to make this setup work. Or we need to get a different engine for the main engine there. But before we do that, let's tack on some more electronic stuff. We should put a probe core up here too. I wonder if I can fit that inside here. I don't think it'll fit like that. No, it doesn't let me do that. It wants to connect the top part directly to the probe core, which we don't want. It's stuck. And we can just throw out the stabilizer. We need payload. I don't think this one needs too many batteries. We probably want to have more rather than less. And then let's have comms. That's good. Okay. Hey. That's enough for the probe to be a probe. Question, do we want to change this engine? And then we also wanted to move these guys over to here, right? Change the decoupling order. That way we can continuously burn these until we get to the correct altitude. Alright, I think that's going to be faster and better. We can try it out. And then we've got this.
Base is under attack.
Base is under attack. It's a raid. It's a raid. Hey, Baron McBoom Boom. Thanks for the raid. Welcome aboard, Raiders. We are currently trying to launch a rocket-powered jet to Duna to rescue Valentina Kerman, who is trapped on Duna at the moment. So we need an empty jet here, which we have drone-powered. And thanks, man. How was your stream? What game was that? This is Kerbal Space Program 2. What game were you guys playing before?
Oh my god, he's whacked.
FPS Nerd, thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard, man. Appreciate you guys being here. Oh, it's the original StarCraft. Yeah, that was a great game back in the day. Thanks, I think. We were Kerbalin, just did 2 moon launch with tourists and repaired a rover on the moon. Nice. How do you repair a rover on the moon? Like, what got a little wobble going on here. Let's slow things down a bit. Not happy with the wobble. Let's go straight up. Oh no, oh no, oh no. It's a little dodgy. Okay, we're straightening out maybe? No, maybe. Gonna finish off these liquid boosters so we can jettison this outer thing here. There we go. Was a contractor to bring some parts with me and attach them in C2. Oh, that's cool. How do you attach the parts in C2? And this is KSP2, right? Or is this the first one? I'm gonna send satellite to space with my water river rocket. That's cool. Oh, it's the first one. Oh, okay. That explains it. Yeah, I don't think you can do that yet in the second one. I think they have plans for it, though. Realize this was... Yeah, sorry. It's a little buggy still, but it's fun. The graphics are nice. Yeah, we're gonna throttle that down. Plenty of waiting till close to lunch for to pick it up. That's fair. Yeah, so the exploration mode came out, which is their equivalent to science mode, but most of the research points come from missions as opposed to science points. So that makes it a little bit easier for lower barrier to entry for new players, as a general idea. You can still get quite a lot of science points for some of the science things, like depending what planet you get it from, but the ones in they don't have like as many different points for collecting science from all the different biomes, if that makes sense. But yeah, so it's still got some really rough edges right now, but I think it has a lot of potential. First time I play test a rocket on launch, I press space. Jump from chair was so loud. That's cool. We get a little more juice here. This thing doesn't have a lot of thrust to weight ratios. We gotta keep it going here. To be fair, the science did snowball a lot in KSP1. Yeah, it did. And there was things in KSP1 that gave you like recurring science points too, which they haven't introduced in KSP2 yet, to my knowledge. I don't know if they're gonna do that or not. Like they had the orbital labs where you could process transmitted data, so you didn't have to bring it or transmit it all the way back. I'm gonna kick it into high gear here because we're going quite slow. I need a little more speed than that. Launching a rocket in the apartment. Oh crap, I got a broken coupler here. There we go, nice little spin to get rid of that. Reminds me, I must check out my Minimus Station science farm. That's true. Don't know if we're going to make it to orbit this time. I feel like I may have still not gotten a high enough apoapsis for this low-powered rocket. Gotta get dinner started. Hey, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard. What kind of dinner? What dinner? You gotta eat cold potatoes on Duda, that's the way. The Mark Watney code. this trajectory we're on. Getting sort of close to orbital velocity. Really don't want to use any of our hydrogen on this. But it seems like, although the hydrogen rocket is also slow, I don't think it would honestly help. We're about to go back into Atmo. I think this launch is a bust. Today, I'm gonna feel like a Martian man. That's right. Absolutely right. Yeah, this launch is a bust. We're already back in atmosphere. Trying to think if we need any. Yeah, I'm gonna make that rocket a little bit bigger engine. I think we're gonna put another mainsail in there. Gotta have enough juice to get the thing into orbit. Otherwise, what's the point, right? Add more boosters. That's true. Can't just add more boosters. Yeah, I think we're gonna try this. I think this is gonna work out okay for. Oops, I messed up my staging a little bit. That's okay. I can fix it in flight. Just gonna remember to sort it next time. There we go. Let's go straight up. It's not the most efficient launch, but it's getting the job done. You ever watch a real rocket launch? Like in person, I mean. Live a couple hours away from Wallops Island, which is like one of NASA's secondary launch sites. So every once in a while the space program bug out here. Oh, that's a shame. So you'll get there someday. I think it's only a matter of time before everybody does. Getting a little too much heat on the front end here. Okay, it's going down. That's good. Oh, okay. So you decided to spend money on other projects? Okay. Alright, got a pretty good apoapsis now, and we're using the mainsail, so let's try to conserve some DV until we get up there. It's interesting the gravity turn sort of naturally starts us turning east. I wonder why that is. I guess it's because of the planet's rotation, I don't know. I'm gonna rotate this around just so it looks cooler. Yeah, let's do it upside down. Yeah, so anyway, I live a couple hours from Wallops Island, which is like NASA's secondary launch site. So they, if you go up to like the top of a tall building around here, and it's like a clear night out, you can sometimes see the launches from far away. You can, it's kind of just like a little. It's weird because it's like a candle floating in the sky. You know, it's like, it's a little bit surreal. But you can tell that it's like infinitely way far away, you know, from where we're at. And it's just kind of like this little orange glow going up. That's all you can really see from here. And if you get a little bit closer, then you can start to resolve like the shape of the rocket, and you can see like when the main engine cuts out and stuff like that. It's pretty cool. Let's see. Actually, when I first met my fiance, I had just gone and watched a rocket launch for the first time and recorded it, and I went to this area that was like near. I looked on a dark sky with device and Japanese module internet. That's cool. That counts. What does this device do? Do you know? Measure space radiation to its station. That's cool. Be important for the astronauts' survival, I think. I gotta get rid of this thing. Come on. Get this off my rocket. There we go. And we're gonna move on. There we go. I think we're not gonna make it because of that bad decoupling. Not sure how to fix that though. Wonder if I can. If I thrust up this way, can I fix our trajectory? I think I should be able to, maybe. Not sure if we have enough DV. Seems to be helping a little bit. We're in atmo now, though, but we're almost at orbital speed. I think it's like 2200, something like that. This is way up high now. I actually wasted a bunch of fuel. That's okay. It's gonna go down because we're in atmo, but going back up out of the atmosphere, that's the important thing. So our first date was like we went out to watch another launch from Wallops Island, but we brought a model rocket in case the launch was scrubbed, and did our own rocket launch. There we go. Okay, we're in orbit. Still got a little DV left, though not much. We gotta wait for this to cool down. I don't know what's going on with our heat here. We're not in atmosphere anymore, so we shouldn't see this any further heat up. So it's not going to dissipate heat easily, but it will eventually, I think. It's a radiation device on Mars rover Curiosity. That's cool. Just trying to focus on data here, but all these orbiters are in the way. It's a target. There we go. Did it set the target? Didn't seem to set it. I don't see the ascending, descending. You have to escape from Kerbal first, is what it is. See if we can get a gravity assist from the moon here. No.
Aroha Edra.
Oh, we must have walked over the maneuver node while I was here. Oh, that's not the moon. That's another one of my vessels. No wonder. Okay. Here we go. Swing by the moon at super high speed here. Yeah. I'm not sure if I'm doing it the most efficient way, but I'm trying to save DV on the curve and escape part. See, like if I thrust normally, this will get me this far away from Kerbal. But if I bring it all the way out here next to the moon, that takes me into almost an escape trajectory on how close to the moon I go. Yeah, there we go. So that's an escape trajectory. And then once I get there, then I'll worry about figuring out how to get to Duna from there. This heat thing still hasn't gone down. I'm concerned about that. Even have radiators in the game? I don't know. Whenever I should install a radiator on upper stages of my ships just for stuff like this. If that's even an option, I don't know. Okay, so this is going to be a almost 4-minute burn. Although the computation might change. He's making me press the spacebar twice, so whenever I change stages, I don't know why. I hope this stage will get us all the way there. I think it will, because the hydrogen's very efficient. There's somebody in the cockpit again. Jebediah, what the hell are you doing there, man? So disappointing. Okay, we're gonna just... It says we're... No, we can't do that. Okay, Jebediah, you're out. Goodbye. Yeah, you stowed away, man. It's not cool. It's not cool. Yeah, get away from my plane. There we go. Okay. Back to what we're doing. We'll worry about him later. We'll send a rescue shuttle out to get him. Serves him right, as far as I'm concerned. Used almost half of our hydrogen just escaping from Kerbal. It doesn't look great. Maybe we need multiple hydrogen stages or something. I suppose I can take an atmosphere sample while I'm up here. No such luck. Alright, if we don't make it to Duna, then we'll just revert and we can kick Jebediah out properly instead of having to send a whole separate mission for him. The purple from the hydrogen is very cool. Apparently it's like physics accurate too, from what I understand. Oh, this is finally cooling down somehow. Maybe the heat is getting transferred to the hydrogen. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but who knows. 2 minutes too much. Well, I did start 2 minutes before the actual maneuver node, so hopefully that'll be enough. The thing about these deep space orbital transfers is that it doesn't really matter how much... you actually want to have the lowest like thrust to weight ratio that you can actually get to the destination with, because that makes you more fuel efficient. Their engine doesn't weigh as much. You want to throw your fuel out slowly at high velocity instead of... here we go. Yeah, we got our moon intercept. So we're kind of on course here. As soon as we get an escape, we can stop thrusting here. Alright, I think we're golden. Yeah, that's an escape. Okay, we're good. I don't think we're gonna make it to Duna though. We'll see. Alright, let's go sailing. Whee! I mean, we might make it to Duna and not have enough fuel to land. But even if we do that, that's probably worth, because I can check out what the atmosphere on Duna is like and decide if we can use some jet engines instead of rocket engines, which are way more efficient if there's any kind of oxygen there. I'm gonna spot the moon. There it is. Hey, moon. Later, moon. So the vessel's out of electric charge. It's not my vessel, was it? We got panels. No, we got plenty of electric charge. It must have been some other vessel. Not sure what that was about. That's okay. And as soon as we're out here, we can see whether we have enough DV to get to Duna. I think it's going to be a no. We already have it set as target. Looks like we can manage it, actually. I'm going to burn at the ascending node first to correct our orbital inclination. Oh wait, it's already at 0, never mind. Where's Duna's periapsis? Can't tell from here. It's probably fine either way. Gonna be around here where we intercept, that looks like. Not quite. There we go. Okay, we're getting close. Oops. Got an encounter there for a second. Okay, we got an encounter. That's good. It's pretty low periapsis for a maneuver of this order of magnitude. I'm happy with that. And it looks like we have the fuel for it too. Okay, so we got 239 days, 4 hours, and 3 minutes. Jebediah, you're gonna be up there for a while. Our vessel's out of communication range. We can actually fix that because we have comm antennas on here that are not currently deployed. There we go. Theoretically, that should do it. Yep, that did it. I think so, anyway. Remember, idle, that's okay. I've brought in 4 hours. Okay, so we're gonna start the burn here at the 1 minute 2 second mark. And depending how much DV we have left, we'll probably adjust it a little bit to get a high polar orbit. If this thing's able to withstand re-entry. I think it will. Duna doesn't really have a lot of atmosphere. Speed up a little bit here. Four, three, two, one, burn. See how this lit up when the drive went off? That's cool. We have a drone core in the front of the thing here. Where is that? Somewhere up here we got a cargo bay that has a drone control thing in it. I think. Here it is. Yes, you can't see it here because the sun's on the other side, but there's a cargo bay in here that has a probe core in it. Am I still going? Did I get it right? Yeah, we're still going, okay. I don't know why it's not showing me the yellow bar here. Oh shit, we didn't have enough fuel. It's gonna eat into the aircraft fuel. That's not gonna work. Alright, we'll revert. It's unfortunate. I'm gonna show you the probe core anyway while we're here. Build a probe and put it in Duna orbit and place mini probes on it to deploy in Duna atmosphere. That's a good idea. I don't know if we're going to do that this mission, though. This mission is all about rescuing Valentina Kerman. Although, come to think of it, I don't know... Well, I guess it's really not so much about rescuing her as getting her to the mission that she was originally supposed to be doing. So we've got to be able to land and hopefully take off again. But yeah, I can see that. I think that'd be pretty awesome to have a bunch of little probes like the CubeSats. Yeah, I think we need more, for sure. More hydrogen, you think? Yeah, I guess we did have enough fuel to get us into orbit, so that would probably work. I guess I can put half a tank, huh? I didn't think about that. I can just trim down the... Oh, there's like a smaller size tank here. That'll work. We can try that. I think we'll still be able to get to orbit. Yeah, the hydrogen did get us most of the way there, didn't it? I think that'll be good. Okay, and we got... Let's check our staging again since we mess with stuff. Good, 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 good. We're good. Okay. More H2, more power. More H2, more O2, more power. Well, hydrogen doesn't need O2. More power is important. Let's show you the probe core. Anyway, it's there. You'll have to take my word for it. In this cargo section. Right behind the cockpit. Also, hi Zinlu, how's it going? Morning. back a little bit so we don't melt the coupler or whatever part that is. Feels like we're good now. I guess you don't trust me much. Why do you say that? Meal day to send satellite to space. It's okay. Is this your relatively new to the games? Having some aerodynamic issues here. My craft doesn't want to go the way I want it to go. We'll fix that out in a minute. Do you have any questions about construction or orbital mechanics or anything? I'm no rocket scientist, but I kind of know the basics. That's cool. You can post a picture of it in the stream Discord if you want. Or in chat even. I don't have the links restricted. Oh, okay. That's cool. Well, this is my first spaceplane mission, so we'll see how this pans out. It may be a total disaster. I did do some testing of the plane in atmosphere on Kerbin, so hopefully that should help. But I don't know how the atmosphere of Duna is going to impact the performance. It may not be able to get any lift. It may just end up crashing into the surface of Duna at like 200 meters per second. Yeah, let's get going here. Have to burn out these two engines. Just spin to get rid of these right away. I don't know what blew up there. Hopefully it wasn't important. Test of the atmosphere will tell. True. I also brought some jet intakes, like I was saying earlier, to see whether there's going to be enough airflow for me to use jet engines. I don't think there will be. I wonder if I should put these wings on couplers. I feel like the coupler is just going to break though, and I'm going to end up losing the wings in mid-launch. I think I'm going to aim myself a little bit more upward here. Survives atmosphere entry will be good. You think so? I hope so. The plane doesn't have a lot of thrust, is the thing. So if it doesn't get any lift, it's not going to be able to land. It's just going to crash. Oh, somehow let me see what happened here. Okay. Gonna waste a lot of DV here. Just try not to. Okay, well that was the end of that stage. Hopefully that was enough. We're going to turn this prograde to try to limit the drag as we go through the atmosphere here, because I don't want to spend any hydrogen on this. If it's okay if this atmosphere slows us down a little bit. So we're going a little bit faster than we need to. We can also rotate like that to try to use what little tiny bit of lift we're going to get. Approaching periapsis in 1 minute. Well, okay, so much for that mission. Let's see where we're over on Kerbin. Maybe we're near something interesting. Can't even tell because it's night. Yeah, that was just a bad launch, I think. Awkward. We could practice a re-entry landing, I guess. But we're going to be out in space again in a minute. So... what did I just... I didn't mean to trigger that. Oh well. We'll see if we can achieve re-entry here. I think the whole thing's gonna get incinerated because we're going so fast, probably. Okay, that should be alright, actually. We just gotta chill until our speed drops a little bit. Let's see where we're over right now. Water, of course. Just curious to see if we can get a good landing here. Or at least get back into the atmosphere safely to the point where we can fly. The nose is heating up. That's not ideal. I think this part's gonna blow up. We're gonna lose our atmospheric sensor. Not sure how this other section's gonna fare. Could try to tilt upward and just even out the heat, but I think I'm worried about how it's going to impact our wings. There's no heat shielding on this thing, so... Oh, we got multiple things heating up now. Strange and only part is eating. Well, that is the nose, so that was taking all the drag until a minute ago when I flipped the thing around. It's kind of shielding the rest of it, except for the wings, which are aerodynamic. And there goes the nose. Maybe the rest of it will be okay. I think we lost our landing gear, though. Yeah, we lost our nose gear, which isn't actually the end of the world, theoretically. If we can land properly, we technically don't need our nose gear. It's just not going to be great for the plane is all. Fast forward. Onward onto dawn. And there goes the Science Junior module. Now we can't actually lose the cockpit because we have nobody in here right now. Yeah, we lost SAS, I think. I think it was. Oh no, we lost the Science Junior. SAS is next. Oh, we still have the nose gear now, but not for long. Oops. One of the things about reentry, you're supposed to present the largest surface area to the atmosphere that you can in the prograde direction, so that you can. Oh, those are shadows. I thought those were scorch marks on the side of the plane. I was like, "Whoa, cool!" It's just a little shadow cast by the panel sticking out from the surface of the fuselage. Trying to lose as much speed as possible. No. We're still going 2,000 meters a second, huh? Honestly, leaving it on purpose to try to create more drag and use up energy. It's probably going to end up in some part falling off and exploding. We are losing a lot of speed, though. Maybe we avoided the plasma burn. I think that was it. I think we're past the worst of it now. So we'll let this dampen back down to... we still got this going on. Our control surfaces are all locked. Shit. Can we fix this while it's... Oh, that was a bad idea. It turns out. Okay then. We fixed the control surfaces. Mission accomplished. Now what caused the hydrogen to fall off? Do you guys remember? I don't remember. I forgot. Oh, let's also check the, yeah, see, there's no, we don't have any radiators in the game yet, so there's nothing we can do if something starts to heat up. Hydrogen fell in orbit. Do you remember why, though? Trying to think, I can't remember. Oh, it's because we're going through the atmosphere really fast, right? We didn't make it to orbit. That's why. Yeah. No, it wasn't that. It was we're talking about the big yellow tanks on the back here. I'm not sure high layers of atmosphere. Yeah, it's because we were going through the atmosphere. I don't think we need to make any rocket changes for that. I think we can just fix that by launching better. Yeah. Well, it was the fact that it wasn't really so much that we had too much power as that we dipped below the atmosphere after we hit our apoapsis, I think. So I think if we get a higher, or if we start burning a little earlier, we can compensate that. Scotty, we need more H2, yeah. And then it took us too long to get these stupid things disconnected because the coupler never works for some reason. I think that's a bug in the game, but I don't know. It seemed to happen in the first game too. I think it might be a physics thing, like maybe the coupler got damaged or something. Let's put that there before I forget. Slow it down a little bit. Let's not melt whatever that is. Okay, we're good. Praising my rocket when decoupling. That's rough. Sometimes that happens when parts collide with each other. But it could also be a bug. Okay, so our apoapsis is at... Let's go up to 100,000 apoapsis, I think. So yeah, when parts collide, that's right. Why do we suddenly start going in a weird attitude? I don't know. Losing a lot of apoapsis to this craziness that's going on right here. I don't know why the rocket suddenly started spinning. I had it set, I thought, to point directly upward. Oh, second is gone. That's rough. I hate when that happens. Slowly getting in the right orientation here. Okay, we're above the atmosphere at this point, just about 3,000 meters away. Give it a little more gas here. Put the mini rockets to move them away. You mean like change where they're located on the rocket? Let me try rotating to this side and see if that helps at all. I think part of the reason that the rocket's getting stuck is because we're gradually arcing downward. Move them aside. Okay, that's what we'll try to do that here. Yeah, we're at 100,000 now. We're almost at the apoapsis, so we gotta. Okay, one of them struck something on the way back, but I think it's okay. I think we're good now. Trying to dole out the velocity change in little increments here, because the higher we are, closer to apoapsis we are, when we thrust, the more efficient it's going to be. Well, we also got to keep our apoapsis rising, because we're not near our orbital velocity yet. I think we can just thrust from this point. Yeah, you're right. Moving them to the side did help. Having them side to side instead of having one underneath, I think, helped a lot. Yeah, we're gonna make it this time. We're golden. Jebediah stowed away again. Let's get to the orbit first, and then we'll ditch him. Oh, we gotta get the periapsis here so I can see. We'll wait again until we get closer to apoapsis, because I'm trying not to waste fuel here. 2 minutes to apoapsis. 2 minutes 40 seconds. Four seconds to apoapsis, correcting our attitude. Here we go. We're good. It's okay, so we got lots of hydrogen on board. As long as we have enough hydrogen to get us to Duna, we're fine. You think so? Well, that makes sense because we were carrying a heavier mass. Oh, we're in orbit now. Yeah. We have 50% more hydrogen, so I think we'll be okay. Okay, so we're going to use the moon escape again. I don't know if it's the most efficient thing, but it makes sense to me anyway. Where's my orbital path here? Oh, my UI's glitched. Orbital path is gone. I'm going to blame Jebediah. We're going to punt him out the airlock and see if that fixes the issue. It did, in fact. How about that, huh? Hi, Jebediah. Okay, back to what we were doing. Didn't fix the issue. It only... Jebediah now has an orbital path, but the rocket still does not. Let's save it. This bug happened to me once before. It's like the absolute worst bug. Makes it so hard to do stuff. I don't think there's any fixing it either. I think once it's stuck that way, it's stuck that way. We could try to go back to the tracking station and come back is the only thing. Let's see. No, we got nothing. I guess we're just gonna eyeball it then. This is the way it is the whole way to Duna, then I'm just going to relaunch. We'll see what happens when we change stages here, because we're about to change stages. Yeah, see, there's nothing here. Try going back to the last quick save. Or last auto save. Is this so squirrely? I don't know. Didn't fix it, and the debris also has no orbital path. Yeah, I'm gonna have to come back. We're gonna have to reload. That sucks so much, man. I hate that. Let's try auto save 3 here. I don't know where we're gonna be at here. Might be in mid-flight, in mid-launch. Okay, at this point we have an apoapsis. Quick save. Have to rotate that to the side. I got stuck again. Hit something on the way out, but maybe that's okay. Still got an apoapsis. Gonna quick save it there. See if we can pull out of this. We're still climbing, so that's good. on, go, 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 go. I think we're gonna make it. All right, we made it. Quick save. Fantastic. Now, Jebediah, get out. This is your stop. Okay, we're golden. Now we're gonna buzz the moon again. Looking good. There we go. I think that's an escape. Or is that us crashing into the moon? That's directly crashing into the moon. Let's not do that, maybe. There we go. Got an escape. Let's bust out the solar panels to celebrate. And the comma ray. Alright, this is a 3-minute burn, so we want to start at the 1 minute 27 second mark. Oop. Started our burn a little bit late. Might have to make a small adjustment after we burn. We choose to go to the moon. The moon's over there. We're over here. And the other thing. We didn't start our burn too late, but we can adjust our aim if we have to. A lot of correction maneuver. Oh, we can't even see the moon from here. Look like it. hydrogen rockets in real life. If we get hydrogen rockets in real life, because hydrogen's a pain in the ass to work with from an engineering standpoint. Just like melts and reacts with everything, wants to clump up and get stuck to things, leaks through even literally the tiniest gap. Pretty tough. That's what I've heard anyway. I'm not a physicist either. I mean, it's like it's a single proton nucleus, so it's very, very small. Close to our orbital intercept here. At this point, we're going to wing it a little bit. Beautiful. Okay. We're on our way. Whee. It's kind of weird to have jet engines in flight above the moon. Quick save it again. Let's do the time warp again. Alright. We are in stellar space. And as the target. You have the perfect inclination. Where's Duna in its orbit right now? There, huh? So we need to start like there, remember correctly? Is that right? Oh, that's probably not right. So happy that they're going to be updating the maneuver node UI and making it easier to make small adjustments. I haven't said what exactly they're going to do with it, but we know that's something they're thinking about at least. Are we going to get an intercept there? We very nearly did. There we go. Okay, so this is 991 dV. Hydrogen looks like 860 V if I'm reading this correctly. So I'll have to use 100 DV from our aircraft fuel tanks. I guess that's okay. I don't know. It's not much. We don't have much of a choice in the matter. It's an unmanned craft anyway, so. It occurs to me that I probably should have put some parachutes on it or something. Just to make it less expensive to slow down. We could also unlock the control surfaces, by the way. Let's do that. Looking good. Okay. Alright, time to burn. So we still don't have quite enough fuel in this. We probably do need to add more boosters on the launch stage. So we don't have to use hydrogen to get us into orbit. Or, well, we can use more of our regular fuel, I guess. No, we really need to add more hydrogen is what it is, right? Maybe we can have some hydrogen drop tanks on the outside of this here. That could be good. We can maybe have, like, multiple smaller hydrogen tanks on decouplers on the sides of this. Can use time warp here.
Aroha entrada.
Approaching partially out of fuel orbital event. Yeah, okay. This thing apparently has no attitude control. Thrust is unbalanced. That's going to be an issue. I mean, we know it's balanced when it's in atmosphere. More or less. We're going to have a lot of fuel when we get there. Did we miss our window? Shit. I think we can make a correction, probably. Countering Judah. Okay. We're actually fine. Barely encountering Duna, but we're there. What the hell just happened? We missed our encounter window. It didn't stop time warping when we hit the encounter window. That sucks. We gotta do that again. At least we quick saved it after we got into our moon trajectory. Maybe I clicked on the wrong part of the orbit or something. I don't think so, though. Are we there yet? We're working on it. We're trying. Oh, okay. You know, we realized that we still don't have enough EV in the hydrogen stage to quite make it to Duna. But we did escape from Kerbin's sphere of influence. And if we use a little bit of fuel from the jet stage, we can get there. But I had to reload from save because did I not set the target? I didn't set the target. I had to reload from save because the time warp warped past our Duna intercept. Could also just wait until Duna is lower in its orbit. And is to make like a mothership with mini probes on it and put them in the caravan system. That sounds awesome. I think we're actually going to do a full orbit here. So we're like a half orbit away from Duna now. But this is a better maneuver. It's going to save us some DV. This is only 700 DV instead of 900, which is what we had before. But we have to be able to make the orbit line up. Right now Mars is like on the opposite side of its orbit, so let's go around another half orbit. Okay, we're catching up. quite a bit of catching up to do. It's taking a lot of calendar time, but it's saving us a lot of fuel, potentially, if I get it right. Oh, that's pretty close. Pretty good. Can I get an encounter with a lower DV? I think I can. Didn't save a lot of fuel there, but we saved a little bit. I'll take it. Well, that way we're only going 33 DV into our jet fuel to get to Duna. All right, quick save. It's not gonna be off. It's not gonna matter in this scale if we're off by like a minute, so let's just use the... Did you see that? It did it again. I hit the fast forward and it just kept going. Or did I? Okay, I miscounted. That's my bad. Alright.
안쓸 알보이나
This is the point where we run out of rocket fuel. Or hydrogen fuel, I should say. Wait, are we already on an intercept? Not yet. Yeah. We'll make it. We're gonna make it. We're gonna at least make it into orbit this time. Whether or not we can get to the surface is a completely different matter.
어세
Okay, we got an encounter. There we go. All right. Quick saving it. Let's check. Let's fix our controls. Okay, we got our atmospheric controls squared away. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have a docking on this thing, so there's no option for me to send fuel. Once we complete our mission and we have gotten Valentina to her destination, we're probably gonna have to send another mission to get her home with the science that she's got. So our objective here is really just to get her to the Duna Monument, which is what we're after. Hey, Jerry. I don't know why it won't let me like interact with this and create a maneuver plan. Can we click on that, please? There we go. Okay, we're gonna fast forward to that point. Good, and we can just eyeball it from here. At least until we get into Duna orbit. Periapsis is so high right now. To keep correcting our attitude. And we've got days until we hit this, so we should be okay. It's a pain in the butt though, so. Periapsis in 1 hour, 21 minutes. Here we go. Okay, we're getting into orbit now. we're here. We made it to Duna, and we're in a polar orbit even. Completely by accident. But that works out. Now we gotta lower our orbit enough that we can safely get into Duna's atmosphere somehow. Is the resource manager not working? Maybe it doesn't work in this mode. There we go. We're almost out of the... Go ahead and use up the rest of these tanks. Bye, tanks. Okay, I'm gonna warp to the apoapsis. So our fuel situation's not looking good anymore. It wasn't great before, but now it's worse. I have a feeling we're gonna go to all this trouble and get this thing landed on the ground. We're not gonna be able to get it back in the air again. We'll keep trying. $70,000 is not enough to get us into the atmosphere, but it's close. Oh, that might be too much. I think we want to be like 55 or 60,000 for now, anyway. Close enough. Okay, now the question is, we want to brake. Can we use Ike to slow down somehow? With such luck. It's only taking us 20 dV though, so that's no big deal. Get 1300 dV to work with here. That includes our landing fuel and our takeoff. Okay, that's 354, which is like a fifth of our DV. I think it's worth because it's going to make it less likely that we burn up in the atmosphere. So let's get lined up for that maneuver. Or do we try to catch Ike? Like my camera's like gimbal locked, I can't rotate it. There we go. Okay. I think we're anywhere close to Ike's orbit. This might be doable. No, we're completely out of plane for Mike. There's no way that's helping us. Okay, 2 minutes to periapsis. That's good. We'll start thrusting here since we got unbalanced thrust. It's going to take us a minute to change our velocity. Seems to be better now that we lost the tanks, so maybe we need to adjust the balance of the tanks a little bit. Probably do. Now, where's our target area? It's over here. It's such a shitty area to land. It's on the night side too, at the moment. See which way Duna's rotating. Looks like that way. Okay, but that part of our orbit is on the night side, so we gotta wait. We gotta wait like multiple orbits until this thing comes around the other side of Duna. Because I want to land during daytime for obvious reasons. By the way, where's our landing craft? Where's our... What do we call it? That. No, that's the fuel tanks. That's our craft. It's eventually going to go out of range of comms range of Duna, and then I think we might lose control of the drone, so we don't have forever to do this. That's my thinking. Anyway. We have to wait several, half a Martian day, basically. Maybe... Yeah, because I want to land like right there near the night line, because that's the closest point to our orbit. That's on the day side. Orbital velocity is only 800 meters per second. That's not terrible. Might be survivable if we can get lift. I have to remember to this part where we have to start slowing and getting ready to come in. It's like this part of our orbit. Maybe like 2 more orbits. 3 more orbits. Getting close. Maybe we can do one more. Okay, let's start thinking about a maneuver here. Clean away one more orbit still. We could try to go now. Oh, we're gonna wait. We're gonna land where the craft is, not where the target is. At least close to it, to be right on it. Like, we probably don't want to be because it's in a crater or something. Let's get pointed retrograde. We're working on that. I feel like that might be about right. Could be a real short burn. You're landing right on the night line, unfortunately. I think that'll be enough. I have to time warp to here. Is there an atmospheric gauge in this? Let's start an atmosphere survey while we're up here. I don't want to get too distracted with it. See which direction is which. Okay, normal. The direction we gotta correct to catch up to the target. Oh shit, I forgot I'm trying to get to this, not that. This might be okay. I think we're in the atmosphere. So we gotta be careful. Okay, let's point prograde. And we're gonna hope we're slow enough. I don't think we're slow enough. I think we're gonna get ourselves in trouble here. Let's also get our ship righted. I think that atmosphere survey is kind of irrelevant. Okay, we can see the target. I don't see the ship yet, though. Let's quick save it here. The maneuver point here so we get a reference for how far away we are from the lander, roughly. I'm gonna bank to the right here if we can. Turn off SAS so it doesn't rip our craft apart. I have like no lift right now. It's not looking good. Okay, we see it. Okay, we're getting something on the wings here. That's good. I attempted to put the gear down just to slow us down a little more. Okay, I think we're getting some aerodynamic control here. Yeah, okay. Okay. It's looking good. Maybe. I'm gonna risk popping the gear out. We need to slow down. Not the most stable, but we're getting somewhere, I feel like.
And 2 are going up.
Like 4,000 meters from the ground now. Ooh. I don't know about this, guys. Like our stall speed is like 500 meters per second. It's not great. Oh no. Oh no. Oh man, we were so close. We're gonna reload, see if we can do it this time. Yeah, there's like no atmosphere there. It's practically non-existent.
Jose.
It's not great. I know, right? My shift key is broken. That's weird. I can go to max thrust, I can quit thrusting, but my shift key is not working. What the hell kind of crap is this? I want to reload from quick save again. You did not slow down that much. Yeah, maybe.
Jose.
Shift key is still not working. So I have max thrust or no thrust. We gotta try to... quit to main menu. I don't think there's anything wrong with my actual shift key. I think it's the game. I know my mouse is a little crummy, but my keyboard is not that crummy. Yeah, it's working fine. I'll tabbed out to test it on a different app. Okay, let's try this again. We can always go back to the previous autosave if we need to. Forgetting Val's toothbrush. We did forget to bring Val's toothbrush on our drone here. Just busted. The controls are not working. That kills me. Oh, this game. Still nothing. Still nothing. I'm gonna have to control it using the mouse with this stupid thing. Absolutely killing me. Oh, we're going a little too fast now. We're starting to get some heat. Control surfaces are also not working. have is the engine on or off. That's it. Everything else is busted. Yeah, I'm gonna restart the entire game. We'll try it. I'm not optimistic about it, but we'll try. The speed is normal for surfaces to not work, you think so? I don't know, I mean, the other controls aren't working either, so I'm not sure about that. We'll find out, I guess. Or not. There's definitely no circumstance under which the throttle should be not working. Like, even if there's no engine that's lit up in the current stage, you can still adjust the throttle. It doesn't make any sense. Still broken. It's letting me rotate using RCS. No, the control surfaces should work even if we're not able to actually turn because we're not in enough atmosphere. That's possible, but why would that not happen on the first flight then? And why would I still be able to access the throttle? It doesn't make sense. You're right, there's no Comnet connection. Maybe I could start the antennas? Okay, we're gonna have to launch a rescue mission for a rescue mission. That's ridiculous. Okay, whenever I can't revert back to the map because I loaded from a save game. I'm gonna go all the way back to here, I guess. I think if we get the other piece into orbit, we'll be okay, maybe? Because the other piece has a comnet. Maybe we need to bring bigger comms. I don't know what's happening right now. What is all this junk? It's like pieces from 2 games ago. It doesn't matter, we're just gonna load from save anyway. Okay, I got rid of all the other crap, that's good. But satellite in orbit, that's what I was originally intending to do, but this stage was the satellite, the stage with the hydrogen, and it wasn't enough to, didn't have enough fuel to make it. So we have to modify the stage and give it more fuel. Or well, how much does the engine weigh? 3 tons, still quite a bit. What's the dry weight of hydrogen? This is a dry weight of 0.15 something tons, 1.56 tons dry weight, so it's not that much. But I think we should let's add some couplers and add some more hydrogen up here. I'm gonna add bigger. The mass tells me nothing. What do you mean? This is the type of transmitter on here we have. It's 36.08 GM. The only one that's bigger is that one. So I think the transmitter we have on there is probably good. Yeah. Well, no, it would be 150 kilograms was the dry weight of one of these tanks. So, because this is in tons, so it's 0.156 tons, which I think a metric ton is 1,000 kilograms, right? So it would be 156 kilograms for the empty tank. Like this, I think I just took the comm array off by accident. There we go. And then what are we going to do for decouplers here? I think we can use the small decouplers here. Around solars there. I do have solars. I've got a couple in the back here, and then I've got 2 panels here. And then there's batteries in the cargo compartment here where the second probe is. So these are actually the lightest hydrogen tanks, even though they're ginormous. So we're going to put 2 of these. This is equivalent to 2 of those. We had one of those before, so we probably need 2 of these, actually. Yeah, that's what I'm working on. That's the general idea. Okay. Push this back a little bit. Why is this thing not lined up right? There we go. An orthogonal view is such a great feature in the second game. Okay. This is going to need some aerodynamics. But that also needs to be decoupled when it's ready. Oops. The first game took for free in Epic. Oh, an Epic Game Store. That's cool. We're gonna have couplers for those too, I think. Oh, so these are I'm gonna put them all the way up. The aerodynamic stuff like that, I eject as soon as I leave the atmosphere, so I'm gonna do that manually. I'll put that all the way at the top. This also goes somewhere up here. Okay, so we got that. I think I'm also gonna see if I can put some more SRBs on here without messing up our balance here. What did I put on here? Did I put the wrong part? Fuel crossfeed. I guess it doesn't have an option to decouple it while we're in the construction mode. That makes sense. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Save that. And then I want to add some more liquid boosters. I think we're going to put smaller liquid boosters attached to these things here. Or solid, rather. So I think these should burn out before that. I'm not entirely sure. Separator boosters also? What do you mean? Talk about for the... You mean to get rid of the side things here? You're talking about like the ant? Oh, these. Okay. That's interesting. We could try that. I never used those before. That's symmetrical. I think so. Okay, yeah, we'll try it. Okay, so these come off. Let's do these first. So these... So these come off first, followed by these. These come off. These come off. And then when these come off, the separator boosters also have to fire. This two, these four, okay. See if that's right. No, it's the next stage. Okay, we'll try it. Let's see if that's enough. And we're gonna kick Jebediah out of the cockpit as usual. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. We'll give it a shot. I'm a little worried that this is going to take more time to burn than that. We'll see. What? I guess the rocket was too heavy? I guess because all the weight is on the engines, probably. That's not supposed to happen. It's fine. It's a fireworks show. We're fine. I'm gonna test these new booster separator things because I think it's interesting. Before we go back. Alright, these are supposed to run out before the solids now. That's correct. I'm gonna try to shoot these things off. They're gonna lose a wing there. That's okay for this test. That's not supposed to happen. But I mean, that's my fault because I didn't shut the engines down before I did it. Okay, so lesson learned. Whee! Beautiful pirouette. That's kind of fun. Alright, let's go back to the van. Okay, so where can I put struts? The problem is everything's getting decoupled, so like, I'm not sure where to put the struts. What I have done in some previous builds in the first game, which I haven't tried yet in the second game, is attaching struts directly to decouplers. That could be a thing. We could also... Let's try using launch supports first. I think that'll help. Rocket might be too heavy for only 4 supports. Let's do... something like that. And then maybe we need some over here as well. And hopefully all these actually stick to the rocket. I was having issues the other day where the rocket would just fall off of the launch struts for no apparent reason. Okay, let's try that. We need to release all these at the same time though. Oh, I did this in the wrong order. Darn it. Just fix it now instead of trying to fix it in flight and then fix it again later. Gotta start the engines before I release the launch struts, otherwise we're gonna have problems. There we go. Beautiful. Fantastic. We're on our way. Actually, the liquids are burning out faster than the solids. So I have to either make these smaller boosters, or I can add more fuel to these things, maybe. The solid cutoff. Slow things down a little. At this point, we can start getting rid of the aerodynamic parts. Let's wait till we're out of ammo. Just simplify things. Give it a little thrust just to get rid of these little bits here. There we go. Oh, let's, you know what? I got an idea. Oh, these tanks are completely full still. The diagram here is a little misleading. be going a little too slow here. I don't know if we're going to make the orbit this time. We're a little too low. Comes our little... Oh, that worked well. Good idea. Thanks. Very smooth. Hit atmosphere here. We'll see though. You just have to stay above the atmosphere long enough to get up to 2200 or so. So we can manage that. Then we're good to go. There it goes. We're very close now. Okay, we're in space. Nice. Okay, so we brought a little, like 50% more hydrogen than before, so theoretically, we should be able to make good here. Let's deploy the antennas and the solar panels. And then we'll quick save it real quick once these are deployed. Wait till we get oriented. Although we might change our orientation in a minute. I wonder if I should decouple these. I think there's too much force on them for the decoupler. I think they're a little tougher than the decouplers are. That's what I'm talking about. For the price of a trip to the moon, you too can leave the entire carbon system. You know what I did that was stupid? I forgot to put fuel lines between these and the main thing. I think I'll have to. I think I can still handle it, but I'll have to transfer the fuel manually because I don't even think these fuel tanks will be fed from. Okay, this is a 2-minute 42-second burn, so that's 1 minute 21 is when we want to start boosting. So we're almost there, actually. Don't need to fast forward. I wonder if we did put a parachute on this, how the parachute would affect our flight characteristics on Mars if we just like flew with the parachute open. I don't know, probably mess us up. Like our wings lose lift. Okay, stage change. We're on to hydrogen. Let's make sure we can actually transfer the fuel between tanks before we get all the way over there. Can't do it in this view. We can, no big deal. Just have to keep doing that periodically. It's gonna be mildly annoying, it's not gonna be too bad. I mean, these are like long, slow maneuvers that we're doing in between planetary systems. The exact timing is not that particular. If we had to do it in atmosphere, it would be rough. Also gaining some efficiency over the previous design because we're going to be dropping these tanks. Have to bring the solar panels in to do that, though. If I really wanted, I could have a docking adapter on this stage in between the fuel tanks and the jet. And then I could have given more fuel to the satellite, but I mean, the jet wouldn't have used any fuel at that point anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much, I think. Sorry about that. Getting there. Hold on, what's going on with my trajectory right now? What the heck just happened? This thing stopped updating. Pain in the butt. What's my last quick save? I was relying on that maneuver UI, and the maneuver UI just crapped out on me and stopped working for some reason. It wasn't updating the DB anymore. Maybe because I was too far away from the node, I don't know. Okay, I think this is when I just got into orbit, so... Yeah, we still got a little bit of DB in our other stage here, so we're good. We got our solar panels and things deployed. That's good. Hey, do you mind? I'm trying to interact with the maneuver node. Do you mind? Do we not? Trick? No. Aha, I tricked it. Block that, buggy UI. Okay. What? That's multiple orbital assists, but I think the second one is actually slowing me down.
Aloha Edra.
I missed my window. I gotta burn a little bit later. Okay, we got a quick save. I'm gonna load from save again just to get rid of that little stupid dialogue that's on top of my orbit, so I can't do anything. Okay. I'm gonna do it in the back half of our orbit. Nope. It's a moon encounter, but not an escape. There we go. Okay, lining up the maneuver. Oh, it started us late. Watch the apoapsis rise here. Let's see how it interacts with the moon when we get there, because we started the burn late. I'd have to radial burn a little bit to make a small adjustment after we get this maneuver finished. So I think when we're down to about half our fuel, that's when we really have to worry about transferring fuel to the center tank. So we should be good for a bit here. Side tanks are doing. There we go. Still got plenty of... Okay, we can just eyeball it from this point. As long as we don't hit the moon. I thought I saw a Kerbal escape there for a minute, but it disappeared. Okay, we got it. Checking our resources again. Good. Okay, quick save. A time warp straight past the moon. Whee! Alright, now we're out already on the other side. Ready to leave Kerbin. Hi, Kerbin. Can't even see you from here. Sure, I could if I was oriented the right way. Oh no. Oh, it's gonna have us exiting again. That's fine, I guess. I don't know exactly what time that's gonna happen. Happening over here. So when we're like 3/4 of the way around with Kerbin orbit, we're gonna have an encounter with Kerbin. That's kind of okay, I guess. Where's Duna? Duna's here. Oh, that's the moon encounter. It's distracting. Or Kerbin encounter, rather. When did that happen? You can see what's happening here. Because of the encounter with Kerbin, I have like 2 orbits. So depending which one I click on, it changes the maneuver. Perfect. Alright, we've got a maneuver plotted. 195 days, and it's 969 dB, which isn't great, but we got the extra tank, so we should be okay with that. Says we got 790 dB in the stage, but I think that's going to change when we empty the reserve tanks here. we skip it? We may have skipped it. No, we didn't. Oh man. I can't just abandon him in I could leave him in orbit of Mars, then he can take Valentina's place. I might even leave him on the ground. I probably want to leave him Duna orbit. We can send a rescue mission, another rescue mission to Duna for him. Gotta make sure we don't overshoot our maneuver window here. This is all your fault, Jebediah. This is why we can't have nice things. And I overshot by doing it manually. It's fine. We'll start the burn. 2-minute change isn't really going to matter, actually, in reality. This might mess up the maneuver UI as well. And make sure this continues counting down. Hope you're pleased with yourself, Jebediah. Probably costing me like 100 DV. Your fat butt. Almost done with these tanks. Alright, they're out. Gotta be kidding me. Here we go. This Kerbal encounter coming up is going to mess with our trajectory. I feel like we burned way longer than we should have had to. Since we have 0 DV. Genius. Apoapsis is going upward, it's just very slow. I have to make some tiny adjustment to get an encounter once we get up there. we'll still get an encounter. We'll see. Happy with how much fuel we have left still. Means we're probably going to get to do a satellite orbit. I kind of like this actually, having Jebediah on board, because it gives us an excuse to build a two-man craft, which I never do. Not that it's an excuse for Jebediah. Jebediah is still in the doghouse. Just to be clear. Gonna hold on the wings, yeah. I'm gonna give him the chair on the outside of the ship. Go, 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 go. Why don't we fast forward this a little bit? Okay. Hydrogen takes forever. Do we get a tuning? Or is that what's going on here? Oh, almost clicked control by accident. Countering doing it. Okay, that's fine. It's not going to show us that, I think, until after we get through this caravan encounter. Oh, that's in kilometers, thank God. Okay. Okay, now we can make an adjustment if we need to. Unit pre-abscess at 11, 221. That's perfect. Okay. And we got our solar panels cleared now, so we don't have to worry about lack of stellar exposure. Yeah. Now we wait. Alright, here we are in Ike orbit, or Duna orbit, sorry. Jebediah, while you're in there, you might as well do a crew observation, in case we're not able to get Valentina out on the next mission. Not that we can transmit, unfortunately. We already did all this stuff. The fact that this is our closest approach to Duna is crazy. Look how far away this is. Doesn't even look like we should be in the sphere of influence. Well, the spheres of influence are pretty big, I guess. Also, I forgot to adjust the orbital inclination, I just realized. Really hoping we can get this orbit before we run out of hydrogen. I think we should be able to. But I didn't complete the maneuver. But we don't have to do this again anyway, because we're going to run out of radio comms just like last time. Come on. No, we're not going to make it. Damn it. I mean, we have Jebediah on board. Maybe that's a blessing in disguise. I don't really mind leaving Jebediah on the surface, to be honest. We'll just keep him. We'll just let Jebediah fly. It's fine. He really wanted to this whole time. It's a shame that we couldn't get the satellite. Jebediah's like, yes, finally. Oh, this is a really unbalanced stage. Forgot to look at this and try to fix this before. Here we go. Couple more adjustments. We might be able to get. We might be able to at least get down into the atmosphere before the wing tanks are empty this time. Come on now. Hey, Jebediah, you've got one chance to make up for your discretion, for your stowaway now. All you have to do is land and give up your chair for Valentina. And try not to waste all our fuel while you're at it. I try to lower the periapsis first when we're doing a capture orbit like this, because I want to make sure we at least have the option of dipping into the atmosphere if we run out of fuel. Good for now. I'm gonna check something real quick. Suppose that we want to do an orbital plane change. What I had in mind. Don't know that I'm going to do this, or in fact, I'm probably not going to do this. I'll say that right now, but just want to see what the relative cost is for doing it this way versus doing it at the apex of the orbit. Just want to make sure that I don't have fuel to do it here. So that's 1522 dV, and we didn't even get halfway there. We do it here. Okay, that's what I thought. It's way more efficient from the top of the orbit. Just wanted to make sure that I was right about that. I was watching somebody YouTube stream, or maybe it was a developer stream or something, I don't know. Somebody was saying that the higher your velocity, the more efficient your orbit changes are. But I don't think that's true for plane changes. I think that's only true for I don't know, certain maneuver types. Maybe for Hohmann transfers. I think for Hohmann transfer it makes sense because you're raising your apoapsis then. Hohmann transfer is the standard maneuver that people do to change from one planet's orbit to another planet's orbit. You you burn at periapsis of your orbit until your apoapsis is raised to the appropriate point, and then, it's going from a lower to a higher orbit. You burn at periapsis to raise your orbit until you get to the higher orbit, and once you're at apoapsis, you burn until you've raised your orbit. It's not completely relevant to what we're doing here, but it sort of is. I guess this is a Hohmann transfer, technically, I think. Going from a higher to a lower orbit. So we're doing what I just said backwards. We're a little bit out of plane, but I think it'll be okay. Now let's check the drop tanks. see our apoapsis here, so we can actually just burn in this view. And we can look at the Martian sunrise while we're at it. I don't know why our thrust axis suddenly got more stable. We're lowering our periapsis now because we're not at periapsis anymore. So I think we want to be a little careful. Go back to periapsis. We may actually just want to land on this. I think we probably do. Save it. So it's going this way, I think. This is 1220 dV, this is 299, which is okay, but that puts us still too high. I think that's probably... I think that's about right, probably. I'm gonna try that and see how we do. How far away? 11 seconds to burn. Oh, we gotta get started burning. I should have put it on retrograde while we were doing that.
Aloha Edra.
Wing tank's down, gone. Gotta remember to also adjust the wing tank balance in the VAB. That should be about right. Hopefully. I think we overburned a little bit. We also got to restore our... Okay, we gotta restore our controls. So this is roll, pitch. This is pitch. And this is yaw. Okay, let's get oriented on that damn horizon. As the Martians say, usually when they're on Earth. Got Jebediah flying, so we don't have to worry about extending the whatchamacallit. Okay, we're just gonna fast forward at this point until we're in atmosphere. We do want to be facing prograde though. Quick saving here. Flying off into the sunset, or into the sunrise, actually. So I feel like we've got enough gas so we can land without spending too much more fuel at this point. There's a theoretical possibility that we could get Valentina safely to her destination. We could just land Jebediah to her at the destination, but Valentina already has a bunch of science from like 3 different biomes, so we want to pick all of that up and make sure that we get it. Speaking of which, let's run an air survey. Just over something else briefly, but we're still in the Midlands for the most part. Highlands. I think this game needs better anti-aliasing. I noticed like I'm seeing like jaggies and little visual artifacts when I look at things closely, even though the graphics are for the most part better than KSP 1. I think KSP 1 doesn't have those jaggies. Doesn't really cost us anything to get this, so we might as well get it while we're in the air here. See what our trajectory is looking like. Looks like we're going to overshoot currently, which is okay. We're going to lower our gear. We're in the Highlands again. Can't really tell the difference between the Midlands and the Highlands. I don't know about you guys. I guess the Highlands are like more like these rocky areas and the Midlands are more flat. I don't know. Also, I'm not sure if this thing is giving a completely accurate read of our current location relative to the planet. I feel like it's sometimes a little bit messed up. Let's give her a little bit of reverse thrust. It's a bit risky what I'm doing here. There we go. Oop. Undershooting a little bit, but that's okay because we're going to be an aircraft and fly. don't think we're actually in the atmosphere yet, because our orbital speed isn't changing when we tilt the bird upward. Oh, we finished the atmosphere experiment, good. At least there's not enough atmosphere for it to catch us. We'll see what happens if I deploy these. Okay, we actually gained a little bit of distance by keeping our nose up. So the idea of deploying these is that it's going to give us a little more lift. We may want to deploy them at a shallower angle, I don't know. We're using them like flaps. Actually gonna put my gear away for now because I think we're going to slow down too much more. Yeah, so each time we do that, it's giving us a little more distance, I think, at the expense of speed, which is what we want. I don't know what that little chime was. Oh, maybe it's because we spotted the waypoint. It's kind of fun just being able to cruise over the surface and steer aerodynamically without using the rockets. And again, we'll put the gear out. And just start like air braking a little bit, losing speed. This is probably good. We're going to overshoot our target. There it is. See it? get some lift now, a little bit. Trying to like loop around this whole crater here, and then come in through the middle. We're gonna overshoot a little bit here. Quite a bit, actually. Tempted to try to land in the crater, but I really shouldn't. Need to lose altitude, actually. Should probably try to just steer aerodynamically and give the SAS a rest, because that's going to mess with our controls a little bit. Although this thing is pretty unstable, so we're probably going to have to use SAS when we land. I don't think we have enough speed. Oh no. I really want to turn around, but I can't. This is not working out. Jebediah. Oh man. Sorry to say, I don't think you're gonna make it. We're gonna run out of fuel before we manage to get turned around. Yeah, we're just getting ourselves farther away at this point. We are turning, losing altitude, which is good. Maybe we can do something. Okay, okay. Okay. Now we're just falling, basically. don't have enough, because the SAS module in this is very small relative to the weight of the craft. Most of the control authority we're getting is from the flaps, and the flaps are not getting enough drag to create a turn. About to run out of fuel. We're gonna crash. We could try to land it, but it's kind of pointless. Now we have 2 people stuck on Mars instead of 1. I don't think we're gonna... No, we're done. Still going 200 meters per second. Okay. Well, we can reload from quick save. Try it again. I think this mission might be doomed, though. Just enough fuel to get you to the crash site. Yeah, exactly. The thing is, like, we have to have a flat enough surface that we can land going at 500 meters per second and then somehow slow down is what we need in order to make this work. And I don't think we have that. We're landing on a crater, basically. Based on how we did last time, we're going to try to undershoot this time. We could also try to radial burn to lower our trajectory a little bit, get more atmosphere time and a little bit more speed. I'm gonna try it. I have the feeling it's not the most efficient. It's gonna be a problem for us. So, in our current trajectory, we're going to crash almost on top of the Duna Monument. But we're going to try to air brake, and overshoot a little bit. I think let's deploy the flaps like before. I think they kind of helped us out. That's not what I want. I want radial out, actually. Stay like at this attitude. As close to it as we can, anyway. So we might need to just add a second reaction wheel to this, but actually what we should do is make the control surfaces a larger percentage of the wing, I think. I think that might help. Oh, you know what else we could do while we're here? We lost the drop tanks, so we're not able to use the intakes to check. We're getting some heat here, so we're gonna nose down. Okay. atmosphere yet, so when we get down to like below 30,000, that's when we can start making aerodynamic changes. Okay, we got a little change there. I'm actually gonna speed, gonna thrust upward a tiny bit. There we go. Now we're actually changing it aerodynamically. Okay, kind of happy with that. I give it a little bit more gas. That's better. Let it do its natural flop. So just turn off the SAS and I'm letting it balance itself based on the aerodynamics. I'm gonna quick save it again here. Wondering how much dV I'm gonna lose if I, or how much velocity I'm gonna lose if I lower the gear now. I should probably do it anyway because I'm gonna have to do it at some point. I'm gonna tone down the flaps a little bit. Trying to stop it from bobbing up and down like that. I mean, it's gliding, so... Not running the atmosphere survey, but I'm not going to spend too much time fiddling with it. We spotted the thingy. I think Valentina's on the edge of the other crater over on the right here, maybe? No, she's like the next crater past. gotta figure out how to do here is control our rate of descent. For a minute there, we were kind of stalled. Trying to set the SAS to control our rate of descent. Maybe we set an upward trim? Try that. We're actually gaining altitude, we don't want that. Gonna overshoot now. It's okay as long as we overshoot by only a little bit, I guess. Let's undeploy the flaps and you just use the trim. I think this is actually an okay descent rate, right where we have right now. It's unfortunate that we couldn't land closer to the crater, but try to bank a little bit as we descend. That's not going to make a big difference. Really don't want to go into that big crater over there. Can hardly steer this thing at all. We're gonna have to go into the crater and hope for the best. It's not gonna be the best. Spoiler. We might land it. We're just gonna be kind of far from the target site. Whether we can stick the landing once we're on the ground is another matter. Oh, damn. Seemed so plausible at the time. Okay. Okay, so from here, we need to lose as much airspeed as possible somehow. I think we want to... Turning the plane upside down was not what I had in mind, but I guess that could work. The plane does not want to go backwards. I mean, it's kind of good that the plane doesn't want to go backwards, and yet... Trying to make a maneuver here. Okay, we're falling short of the landing site now. That's good. So we can give a little more gas to get to the landing site. This might be okay where we're at now. If the flaps to play, we do. I think we've got the trim all the way in as far as it'll go. Well, not quite. So a little short right now, which means we can put in some power. We're descending fairly slowly right now, which is good. I'm going to trim a little bit because we do want to descend. Taking the trim out because we suddenly started ascending a bunch as soon as we got into like thicker atmosphere. There you go, a little bit of trim there. And try to steer it aerodynamically so it sways less. Put some gas in to make it to the landing site, which is where we want to be. Let's stick to landing. I'm happy with this. Autosave again. I think we're going to end up driving down into the crater, and that's not going to be so great. And we descend. Yeah, we no longer aim directly at the crater. That's good. Using the SAS just a little bit to stabilize. We overshot a little, that's okay. Can't seem to arrest our rate of descent, which is less okay. Physics glitch caused our craft to do something strange. And a nice big wide open space here, which I'm happy about. Come on. I mean, we're on the ground, sort of, almost. Brakes. Still going 200 meters per second, so that's a no. Brakes. That's a no on the brakes. Yeah, so it's pretty much what I feared. We were not able to generate enough lift to actually fly on Mars. Gonna need to have some like giant wings. We can land this guy now, but there's no point. Or we can. He's probably gonna crash anyway. But oh, I gotta check my messages. Give me 1 second. I might have to wrap up for today. Okay, so huge tracts of control surfaces, yeah. We're gonna try to. Problem is, if I raise our lift, center of lift is already somehow ahead of our center of mass. I'm gonna have to make these all bigger, I guess. Maybe the wing sweep is too much. Could try something like that. I'm making the wings thicker, but that feature is bugged, unfortunately, so... and we're gonna make the control surfaces bigger, I think. Giant flap is giant. Oh, I don't really want this attached to the control surface. We've got to move this entire wing back towards the aft part of the craft. Or maybe we angle the wings a little bit more. Tip angle. I wonder what the tip angle does for us. I have no idea. I wonder if I should use the cheat menu to just put it on Mars just to test it. I think that's the thing you can do. Could also give it multiple landing gear to absorb some of the impact, but that's probably, I think, not the way to go. Oh, we're gonna give this another SAS module too, right? Jebediah is hiding in there. He doesn't think we notice him, but we do. I'll probably have to... Okay, that's actually okay. The center of lift is still behind the center of gravity. Center of thrust is apparently non-existent. Picking on the wrong component, buddy. Okay, I think what we're gonna try to do... the thrust was always causing us to pitch down, which means it's probably too high, which is what I would expect. So I'm gonna try to shift it downward a tiny bit. Like that. See if that fixes some of the issue. Yeah, I also want to adjust these tail fins here. Okay. I have to reassemble that whole... in the fuel tanks and all that now. Okay. That's gonna be okay. "42 is a lucky number. That's gotta be our wingspan." I'm gonna call this the Mark 2.1. Okay. Do we add more hydrogen? I think we do. And we can remember to put in fuel tanks this time. Could make this section shorter if we wanted to. Let's also move our solar panels over to here. We can put them up here so that they don't, this aerodynamic thing doesn't interfere with them. That'll do. Trying to think whether I should decouple these. I should probably have a decoupler. Up to these weigh like nothing. This is 1.4 tons. Coupler's 0.04 tons, so yeah, that's worth. Well, let's start a coupler here for the aerodynamic bit. Okay, so we fixed a couple issues here. What issue did we not fix? Oh, we gotta make the tail fin bigger so we can actually turn. I'd also think about parachutes as an emergency last resort. Let's not go with the parachutes because I don't think it's not gonna work well for us. Could also think about rover wheels, but rover wheels aren't retractable is the thing, so I don't think it's a good deal for us. I hope this is okay. We'll find out. Right now, it's not because we have to fix it to make these wings bigger than the other wings. route length 0.6, tip length. .42. Okay, so this should be valid to fly. Performance characteristic once we get it on Mars are a crapshoot, but that's always true anyway because there's going to be a crapshoot anyway because the aerodynamics are completely different. That's what I was going to say. Okay, let's figure out our staging. So we got another post-hydrogen stage, which is here. Everything else is staying the same, actually. And I'm wondering if we need a little bit stronger engine for this. Okay, we can see the thrust now. It looks like center of lift and the center of thrust are both slightly misaligned. The center of mass. Holding on the shift key, why is this angle going crazy? Okay. Better. I think that'll do. We'll see. Thinks that our DV at launch now is 942 meters per second. There we go. Now do I put more boosters on? I think I should. I think I want to get rid of these. Turn that off because it's kind of just in the way now. It's enough. Move these attachment point things, which is okay. There we go. So where's that one in this staging? Let's be this, right? Yeah. Could put it here. I don't actually care if these things get destroyed. Not really. I'm gonna leave it with that many and hope that that is enough to pull it. Oh, I could put one more over here, maybe? Almost forgot to put the fuel lines in for this upper stage here. Could have done. do here? Probably nothing. We gotta give this a try. I could give this a little more fuel in the center stage here. Oh, I could also use these things with more fuel. It's gonna collide, it's gonna break. Yeah, okay, good idea. Not gonna work. I'm gonna try, guys. And this is gonna be our last fight for today. Unless it blows up on the launch pad, then we might do one more. So far, so good. Oh wait, oh no. I was afraid that might happen. The wings are applying too much force, the whole thing's getting unstable. What can we do to fix that? Yeah, it's, didn't work. Hey, Atomic, how's it going? I think you can make the control surfaces on these smaller, it might help. Spin 0.32. Okay, and then one more idea to make it sturdier. Let's connect it under here. Oh, let's bring it in closer, actually. Shit, it's like embedded in the wing. I can't get it out now. I have to undo. There we go. Oh, that was some strange camera behavior there. I have a feeling that undo messed up my fuel lines. I'm gonna have to do it again. Do we get the strut on the other side, or is it? Oh god, what's this? Okay. We're good now, I think. It might still explode, but maybe less now? You know what I also didn't do? I gotta turn off the wing controls. Okay, they're off now. Throttling the liquid engine so this thing is a little bit less likely to come apart. And also so that the solid boosters burn out first. Good. Looks promising. Solid engines are almost done. tilt. Gears down, whoops. Thinking we may end up having to use. Oh, you know what? Let's do these guys while we're on the ascent. So there's a tiny little bit of mass here. Yeah, they're harmless, just like space shuttle heating tiles. It's a terrible joke, and I'm sorry. Should never have said that. Our little things going out there. So cool. I love the little separation boosters. Such a great idea. Thank you for that. Okay. Wish I could get rid of these heavy wings without getting rid of this stage. But I don't think it's possible. I think I'm gonna end up having to... Oh, this isn't good. I think I'm gonna end up having to use a little bit of hydrogen to get into orbit. But, I don't know. I think this is the mainsail, right? Yeah. Not ideal circumstance. Actually raising the apoapsis again, that's good. Sure enough, we did end up having to use a little bit of hydrogen. Hopefully we have enough TV with this. of thrust to weight ratio, I mean. Actually in orbit. I'm in the atmosphere again, that's not ideal. I think we can make it. It's gonna be tight though. Okay, we're gonna wait till we get to apoapsis. Oh, damn it. You son of a gun. Okay. So maybe that one extra tank in the middle section wasn't a good idea. Oh well. I think if we just handle the launch better, it'll be okay. I think we can let's just launch again. It's gonna get more margin for error. Stages are kind of in the wrong order now. Well, you stop oscillating. Is nope an option? What about nope? Okay. We're okay now, maybe? Tempted to try to rotate, but I'm afraid to do that when the solids are going. Oh, we got these also shouldn't have steering enabled. That should help a little bit. Okay, our app is 110 now. Let's get rid of these little dinguses. A bear. That's a good bear. Would you like some kibbles, Miss Bear? Here you are. Yeah. It's a good bear. I think we're doing better than the last flight, but the real test will be when we get to the hydrogen stage. was thinking we could wait a minute till we get to apoapsis, but because of the hydrogen, it's actually not a good idea for us to do that. Gotta get into orbit on the stage as close as we can. It's pretty close. Not bad. It's about a 4-minute burn. Okay, so we should be burning now. I think we're in the right spot here. Good beer. Do you not like the Kerbals that Teddy gave? Do we need more Kerbals? Okay. Okay. You're very good. Yeah. It's a good beer. Very close to apoapsis now, but some altitude to spare. I think we're good. Apoapsis, we're burning, raising our altitude. And all right, we're golden. Game saved. Let's mess around with our staging and check our fuel setup. Okay, so these two tanks are almost done. In fact, we could do... Could ditch one tank here like this. I think I'll figure out which decoupler that is. Would be that one. Hopefully the thrust won't be too unbalanced. I think it'll be okay. But we'll see. Alright, we have 3 full tanks and a partial. Very good. Now, maneuver plotting. Another quick save. There we go. There's our ticket out of here. It requires 1,000 DV. We're looking at 1,034. Seems wrong. Maybe that's only counting this next stage. I don't know. It's going to be an 8-minute burn. Wow. So maybe I should put up my solar panels and stuff. That's a problem. We can't do that stuff because on real time. There we go. Oh, for a minute, the panel was getting blocked by the airfoil. So we're looking for 4 minutes and 21 seconds. Please don't be unbalanced. Okay, it's a little unbalanced, but it looks like the RCS is taking care of it, so that's fine. fuel tank down. Which one am I looking to discard here? It's the one on my left.
Attack up.
What's wacky is it seems like it takes less dV to get from Earth or Kerbin to Duna than it takes to get from Duna to the moon. Doesn't seem right, but it seems to be the way it is. I'm sure it's right. I'm just I don't know how it works out. I might be late catching the moon here.
안질 알 보이나?
down to our last tank. I hope it's enough. You know what? I'm missing the damn fuel on the fuel lines on these things. I'm gonna save myself some weight and just get rid of them.
Attack lock. All set.
I had an escape there for a minute. Okay, good enough. Quick save. Let's do time warp again.
Achieve all objectives.
You're about to crash into Kerbin or something. Here we go. Focus. I mean, I guess that's fine. What's going to happen over here? That's actually perfect. Very low periapsis for Duna. It might even be inside the atmosphere, which I don't know if I want. Just happened to change the EV. Oh, put me in the other orbit. So this is 984. Game doesn't tell us how much DV. Oh, 1440. So we should be able to make it there. That's also including the craft. We'll see. Okay, so we're going on 126. I think my math is wrong and I should just boost. It is wrong, yeah. It's fine. Damn it. Our airplane's so damn heavy. The boosters have boosters. Okay. Fuel lines. This was missing fuel lines. It'll work better if I'm using the correct symmetry mode, probably. Can't really fit any more hydrogen in the structure unless I put some up here. Could be the play. Probably not. Maybe these outer boosters that fall off first need more fuel. So this is 6803 now. That reduced our DV according to this thing. Need more boosters down here. I think that's a disaster waiting to happen. If I just take off these wing tanks, which are not making it to destination anyway, what does that buy me? Oh, didn't help. They just need more hydrogen. It gives us 6819. What's the trip planner say is actually required to get to Duna? $65.30. How much TV is in the jet? 680. Theoretically, we should have more than enough fuel. It's all about using it efficiently, which we're not. Yeah, it seems okay. Okay, the fuel line's still there for a minute. I thought that got disconnected. Since we shuffled the hydrogen tanks a little bit, let's see if we can get more fuel up here. And that reduced it again. What? Not like that. Gonna press the buttons and pray. extra like empty stage at the bottom there. I think. No, we left something behind. What did we leave? Oh, that's just a... It's fine. You're not over nothing. Kind of scary. But we're still flying. Oh, we lost a solid rocket booster. I'm never going to be able to do it. As we get into orbit, we'll get kind of a gut check. We'll see how much TV we have left. We did a little better than last time, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. I think we improved enough that it's worth giving it another shot. I'm just curious what's the normal escape DV if I don't use the moon assist. Oh, 17. You gotta rotate around a little bit until the moon's in a different position. Gotta roll up my solar panels and stuff. Let's go to KSC because I want to wait. I want to wait till the moon is around here, I think. I have to try something real quick. Suppose that I exit in Kerbin's prograde direction. Does that change my escape DP? I interacted with the moon, but not the same. Alright, this is gonna take a minute to run. I'm gonna go take my medication. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm gonna say that's good enough. Let's maneuver. Not sure if that's the direction that I intended to go, but it's not terrible. That's more like it.
Aloha Edra.
That's pretty good. Okay. We got a Mooner assist, saved us about 200 DV. Should have started the burn already. Sort it. Gotta wait till the next orbit. Okay, so this is an 8-minute burn. What's our orbital period? See, 33 minutes to periapsis and 16 minutes to aboapsis. So what does that mean? We're about between apoapsis and periapsis. Does that sound right? No. We just came from periapsis, so apoapsis is a quarter of our orbit, so it's about an hour each orbit. My girlfriend woke up at, or sorry, my fiance woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning this morning to go drive an hour and a half to her friend's house to help her friend move out of their current residence to a new residence. She's been gone like all day. It's pretty, her friend doesn't want to move, but she had to move for financial reasons, so it's kind of an awful situation for her. So my fiance's just helping around. I lack the capacity to wake up at 4 in the morning on a Saturday morning, unless it's like emergency. I don't know. nice of her to help her friend out, but I think maybe she's I don't know. She initially agreed. She was just going to help move the cats because the cats, you know, like they didn't have enough carriers. And then her friends asked her to like help pack the vehicles, which isn't good for her because she has a back injury. So it's like, and plus they only told her like 2 days ago that she had to be there at like 6 or whatever. So which is why she got up at 4. So before that, she was thinking she was going to get there at like 11. So I feel like they're kind of imposing on her a lot. Yeah, I hope so too. It's a pretty awful situation, I think, for her especially. It's good that she's willing to help her friend out. Here we can ditch this tank. Which tank is this? It's this one. I don't know. I feel bad, like in hindsight, maybe I should have helped, but it's kind of too late now. Just kind of just like waiting, like chilling there, waiting to leave at this point. So, in case you're wondering, it's like almost 6 p.m. where I'm at here. So she's been there. When I say all day, she's been out there like 14 hours, almost. At the very least, we can get the satellite into Duna orbit this time. Last time we very nearly did it. This time we got a little bit more fuel, but we also got a little bit heavier assembly here, so I don't know how it's going to pan out. I think it's going to be better. To drop this tank. Send her some encouraging messages. thing's just about ready to drop.
Attack log.
I'm late. Why is my periapsis going up? I want another moon encounter. I messed something up here. There we go. That's something. A little more juice in, just to make sure we don't loop back on the moon here. Okay. Now to Duna. It did end up increasing our Kerbal, or did it? I don't know if we did it the right way. Anyway. $7:45. Problem is, it's like the wrong time of year for Duna intercept. Heading towards the Duna apoapsis. Got an encounter there. It's almost 1,000 DV. We got 1,300 though, so I think that's okay. I don't know how much it's going to be to slow down. Is the only thing. It doesn't let you plot multiple maneuvers. Sucks. I'm gonna quick save it. Go set up for our maneuver here. So this is a 6-minute 36-second burn. Alright, let's burn it. Solar sail and our comm antenna. I wonder if the comm antenna actually points toward Kerbin. I have the feeling that it doesn't. I think it just kind of points forward. Be cool if it pointed toward Kerbin. Or towards the whatever satellite it was communicating with. Probably not the top of their new feature to-do list though. How much DMU would save to take these little mini solar panels off the bottom of this here? Probably not noticeable. Oh shoot. Should have ejected that earlier. Down to the last 2 tanks, which are permanent, so... Should have a little under half of our current TV left when we're done with this maneuver. and now we'll get an encounter. Okay, close enough. Let's look at what our vector in is going to be like. That's pretty good. It's a high inclination. Looks like it's not going to take much DV for us to get into orbit. Maybe we should have... Okay, so lesson learned. The next time we do this, we got to make sure that we get as close to the planet as possible with our periapsis when we're plotting our interplanetary burn, or when we're adjusting it anyway. So we just coast for 2 days. I hope we can stop here. Come on, you can do it. On. Oh man. Okay, it's moving. It, by the way. Killing me, Duna, come on. Oh, maybe me send Jebediah out to give it to push. Oh, we're so close now. But we're so close to being out of fuel too, is the thing. I think we're gonna make it. Wrap around. You can do it. Yes. Okay, we got ourselves a satellite. Thank goodness. Save it. Okay, so we're gonna go retrograde here. What? No, I don't want a Nike encounter. That's specifically what I'm trying to avoid. Oh, I should have actually... Okay, that actually helps me, yeah. Alright. Got a Nike encounter that gets us into a much lower orbit. This is also cool because we haven't... I don't think we've been to, like... I don't remember if Valentina's mission has been here or not. I can't remember. Oh, it messed up the shape of our orbit though, but that's okay. You know, it's fine. No transmittable data, damn. I guess we did do enough fly through like before. Yeah, that's unfortunate. We can take a look at that as we fly by here. Later, Ike. Thanks for the lift.
Achieve ep016.
Okay, what orbit am I on now? Okay, that's going on. Okay. There's 65 dB. Okay. I'm still in a polar orbit, actually. I thought I was going to put me on a horizontal orbit. So that's okay. It's unfortunate. I'm going to use some fuel from the main fuselage of the jet. So that's 36 dV. I'm gonna wait an Ike month and see if I can get another Ike intercept. Oh, there was something. Okay, interesting. Oh, I want the opposite of that. That'll do. 13 dV to get down to that tiny orbit? Yeah, let's do it. Thanks, Ike. No problem, Russell.
Until are going up.
It's hitting Ike. closer I can get to Ike, the more DV I'll lose, the more orbital velocity I'll lose from this maneuver. Maybe not. That's probably about as good as I can do. I mean, who can complain about that, right? Teeny tiny slingshots. I passed pretty close to Ike this time, although probably not close enough to be considered low orbit. Watching the time to Ike periapsis here, bottom left corner. Yeah, we're still in high orbit. That's okay. Okay. We're in our new orbit now. I got 50 DV left. Oops. We get another Ike encounter if we want it. That uses up all of our DV. I think at this point we just close our orbit as much as possible. That Ike doesn't get in the way. If we can get our orbit inside Ike's orbit, that would be good. Oops, what was that? Do I want to go to that orbit? Not really. That's 77 dV, we can't even do that. Oh yeah, forget that. But anyway, go down to do the periapsis and burn and bring our orbit underneath Ike's, which is what we wanted to do here. It's slightly past the periapsis, which is okay. $15 DV left. I think we're going to use up the rest of this stage, and then that's going to be our satellite. And then hopefully we have enough DV to get the fighter, the space plane on the ground. Which I'm kind of doubting, but we'll see. As we gave up the wing tanks. Okay, that's it for the stage. There's our satellite. Good luck, satellite. Okay, we got a valid satellite. Very good. This is 900 DV we have currently. You know what, I'm going to want to change the orbital plane. It's going to suck in terms of energy costs. That's probably good enough. Can't tell what the new periapsis is going to be like. That's 132 DV. Oof. I guess we go for it. That's bugged.
Aloha Edra.
Oh shit! Craft is spinning out of control. It's not good. Gonna crash into Duna. Also not good. Okay, we're going anti-normal. At this point, let's just burn prograde. Just so we don't crash directly into the planet. Not sure where the atmosphere actually starts. We'll go to 50,000. We're gonna do some of that, but not all of it. I think it's okay if we come in a little fast. My SAS has got me spinning the wrong way. We're in low orbit. Okay, we're gonna budget that much and hope that it's enough. I know, isn't it? It's amazing. Oh, we're going back out into the upper reaches here. We gotta wait about half a Martian day for this to come around. Probably should have left the periapsis a little higher until this was rotated around, but I wasn't sure what the parameters were going to be like how much fuel we would have and how much TV we would take and all that stuff. Okay, so that's coming around this way. It's rotating counterclockwise from the top. Wonder if anybody ever uses the term sidereal north to describe the direction relative to a planet's axis. That's probably not a thing, right? I think our orbital inclination might not be high enough for this to work. We're gonna do our best. Maybe. That's like half of our fuel right there. Oh. Get off my mouse. Thank you. Yeah. Probably not use much in conversation, huh? I feel like that's about where I want to land, but that uses almost all of my fuel. But I think that's the best we're gonna get. I don't think it's gonna get any better than that. We're gonna wait another day. Or another orbit, I should say, not another day. This completely uses our fuel. I think we're done for it. I think we can make this work. Should stop randomly changing my maneuver nodes just because the mouse button is stuck. Maybe this works better. Maybe I do want to get closer. Okay, okay. Okay. I think we can make something work here. It's a major overshot, but and that section's still in the dark. Let's give it one more orbit. Could also try to bleed a little bit of speed from here, but we're going to be going very fast. I'm going to quick save it. I'm going to try dipping into the atmosphere just a little bit to lose some speed. Risky because we don't have a heat shield. So that's the direction we're going to be maneuvering. Obviously not going to want to thrust that far. It's going to be a little tiny maneuver. Just trying to get us oriented the right way and get us to the right spot in our orbit. Of course, if we do this, actually, we're missing the window. Right. It's going to be on the other side of the planet, but I mean, we could wait. We can afford to wait. We're gonna try like 29,000 meters, I think. Yeah, let's try that. Okay, we are in the atmosphere. I may have miscalculated here. Thought the atmosphere was 30,000, but it's actually only at 45,000. So it looks like the atmosphere is actually 50. Seems like we're okay. It's not having that much impact on our apoapsis, and nothing's exploded yet, so... Maybe out of the atmosphere before we can finish the survey. Maybe not. Not that it makes a big difference. We already transmitted all our data from the surface. Okay, we got some heat. Not good. Okay, we got the atmosphere survey. Those atmosphere samples are so valuable. about the hit periapsis, which is going to be the worst of the heating. Maybe we might have already passed through the worst heating, I don't know. Seems like we're okay. To admit, I did not expect such a dramatic reduction of the apoapsis. Lens, that's different. I'll try to get some low ends, why not? Maybe we're about to leave the low ends though, yeah. Would be pretty cool to have a bunch of little small probes that just go down and fly to different areas. I think they all together they'd be pretty heavy though. Getting a little bit of heat leaving the atmosphere for some reason. I think we'll be alright. Okay, the heat's going back down. Good. Nope. Can't make up its mind what it's doing. Perhaps this is still quite high. Okay, we're out of atmosphere. So it's officially 50,000. Question is, how do we adjust our orbit now to get to this? I feel like if we get this, we might be able to... Okay, so I think the most efficient point to adjust our inclination might be here. I'm not sure. Okay, so that's 286 to get there. You do it here. $283. So it's about the same. It's a little bit better here. Nope. Let go. Thank you. This is also going to be rotating, so I'm going to have to come down sooner than that. So the most efficient thing just to get in the atmosphere would be this. What if I did like that and then tried to do some air braking? I think that could work. Not completely sure about it, but we'll try. I think what I'm going to do is go around again first, raise my periapsis just a little bit, and then lower my apoapsis. Or, well, got like a minute to make up my mind. Well, Liz cannot make up my mind. Actually, I'm going to raise my periapsis just a little bit, I think. so I don't have to worry so much about the heat. Teeny tiny adjustment. That's good. Just going over the textures on the wings here. I feel like there's like showing me like a low res texture for some reason on the top of the wing. Maybe it's an AI artifact from the graphics card or something. Like a ray tracing aliasing issue. We just spotted the destination sign, maybe. Or we just entered the atmosphere is what it was. I wonder if I can change my orbital inclination while I'm in the atmosphere. This is gonna be a mistake, I think. But hey. Oh boy. Here comes the heat. Moment of truth. Did we change our orbital inclination? I can't tell if we did. Yeah, we did it. The difference isn't noticeable. It's too minuscule. Do I have these control surfaces enabled, by the way? Maybe we want to do that. This is really annoying. Pitch. There we go. I've suddenly created a lot more drag, and I'm going to crash on the other side of the planet. That's not quite what I had in mind. Is this in any way recoverable? I mean, maybe. Not likely, but possible. Yeah, I mic'd up. I don't think this is gonna be recoverable. I think we have to limit the control authority for the wings. Because it's dramatically slowing us every time. Which might be okay for landing, but not so much for what we're doing right now. Oh, we're on the night side of Kerbin. You don't really need SAS much anyway. Probably should have turned it off earlier. Thinking the periapsis is going to be where I end up landing. I'm actually not going to make it that far. Alright, let's load our quick save.
Let's see, let's see.
It's going to be okay. So it's going to be an 18-second burn. Use about 2/3 of our remaining fuel. Damn. Just imbalance. Forgot. Maybe we can maybe slow down earlier than this. Let's try. Okay, right atmosphere. And I forgot to unlock my controls again. And then, there we go. Apoapsis display and also adjust my orbital inclination. The periapsis lowers, that's okay too. Oops. It was heating. And some trim to keep it at this. Let me just deploy these, max them out. have gone a little overboard. Yeah, I did it again. Dirt. I mean, this isn't terrible. Yeah, this is gonna be our last landing attempt for tonight. And I really have to sign off. Gonna get to like a stable gliding configuration. Doesn't want to do it. Gotta take the trim out because it's this one. I just need to get the craft upright. Come on. There we go. Can't tell if my orbital inclination is changing at all. Definitely losing altitude, that much we can say for certain, right? I think maybe Duna is just not the right venue for space planes. I just should have just brought a traditional lander. Would have been lighter. Could have got some more DV. Wonder why this lift to drag ratio number varies so much. Oh, that's a pretty picture. Look at that. Too bad that I don't know how to turn off that heat gauge. Or any of the HUD for that matter. Even though fast forwarding, I can't see the orbital line moving at all. We're at the 40,000 mark though. Hopefully it'll change more when we get lower. Trying to give my components a break from the heat. Hopefully, anyway. Seems to be helping a little bit, maybe. EC again. Damn. Getting a little bit of EC, but it's not enough. This is not how I wanted to enter the atmosphere. I put in some manual inputs to dampen the oscillation. Seems to be helping. Okay, the alternator can also give us some EC. Oh no, oh no. Okay. That little bit of SAS helped a lot. Too much control authority. They'll even army. Let's see if it's even possible to land this thing with no electrical charge. And I'm out of fuel. That's all we got. Going towards the ground. Oh, that's a mountain. Oh my god. We touched the surface and it didn't explode. Now we're gonna explode. Oh. Okay. Okay. Yeah, it was only a matter of time. Damn it. I think this project is a bust. That looked cool. Alright, we're gonna revert to Vab so that Jebediah doesn't die. And then I think we're gonna call it there. I want to say thanks very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. If you did, don't forget to follow if you're watching on Twitch, or subscribe. It's free if you're watching on YouTube. We had quite a few people stop by today. Thank you very much for the raid from Baron McBoomboom. And thanks for the follows, Baron McBoomboom, FPS Nerd. Welcome aboard, guys. And Zinlu, good to see you as always. And I hope everybody has a good evening. And hopefully I'll see you all on Monday. Take care, folks. Have a good night.